everybody. Brock and Salk show here on Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, and, of course, all the podcast platforms as well. And, yes, if the sound quality is kicked up just a notch, we have traded the warm sun of Peoria for the cool gray and wet of Seattle. We're home. We missed you all, and it's nice to be here. We're happy. We're happy to be back, right? It's nice.
Like you're trying to convince yourself.
No, it's cool. It's great. We're here in the studio, and it's, dark and kind of wet and a little cold. No, it's fine. We're good. We're happy. 253 says, welcome back to the grinder, jerks. I don't think it's the grinder. I feel like it's just the grind. I don't know that we're being welcomed back to the grinder. That feels like a different message altogether, but it does feel like we are now back to the grind. I don't know whether I'm like 100% ready to move on. Thank you to Wyman and Bob. They're going to switch places with us. They'll be down there this week, and I would imagine we'll talk to both Bob and Dave over the next few days. We will still talk to Shannon today, and I'd like to keep doing that throughout the week or so as much as possible. It's nice to just get little check-ins with Shannon, and she's not bringing us coffee or anything this week the way she did last week when she would arrive at the ballpark, but we could still talk to her without the trade for a little extra caffeine boost or something at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. You gonna survive more without Shannon?
Yeah, well, and you. I really took full advantage last week because, it's chilly when we get there in the morning in Arizona, just for like the first couple hours. So you were offering to get coffee on the way to pick us up, and I would get a small hot Americano then, and then Shannon would offer a few hours later when it was warmer and she was coming in, and I would get an iced latte.
Yeah.
So I was, It's going to be an adjustment this week, not getting two coffees brought to me
It's
morning.
almost like a drug routine where you got your upper hot and then you get your cold a little bit later. You kind of go, you're like Elvis, essentially, near the end. I'll play some sound. I found myself thinking back on a lot of what we did and a lot of what we heard while we were there. What jumped out? Like as you were getting back on the plane and heading home, and you had a little time to kind of think through everything we saw. And Lyle, your perspective may be a little different because you were kind of in and out and interviewing guys on your own. What jumped out as you left spring training? What did you find yourself thinking about?
I don't know. Can I say, I can't believe Maura forced me to go lemon picking in the backyard. Can I say that?
Yes, you can.
We still don't know if it's a lemon. That's what I needed to know the answer. I thought if we had more opinions, we could figure out what the heck that fruit tree was.
Maura, how did you feel how did you feel when you heard the video? When you watched the video and heard yourself?
I felt kind of tricked that I was told at like 4:30 in the afternoon to just like relax, have a couple drinks, have a great time. Brock's making dinner. We just want you to have fun.
Right.
And then 4 hours later, Justin's still recording us, and Maura's loud and sounds like she's had a few.
You know what you got to experience?
Maybe Justin should have stopped recording us.
You know what you experienced? You got to find out what it's like to be a Gen Zer for a minute. Like everywhere they've gone, at every party their whole life, idiots are filming stuff. Yeah. So instead of the you and I are we're not the same age, but we are of the same era. We got to go to parties and make fools of ourselves without ever worrying that anybody was going to record it. You got to experience what that's like now.
Yeah. If anybody has checked out the videos that Justin made of Brock's grilling, which turned out phenomenal. You get to see step by step how Brock put together our amazing dinner. And I was there for all of the early ones, by the way. You don't hear me in any of those.
No.
But by the time we got dinner, I was having a great time. You could hear me very loudly in the background. We already talked Friday about how I lost volume control.
Yes.
I don't even know who I was. There's a part where I'm yelling, "Who do you think you are?" I don't even know who I'm talking about, guys.
That's a good question.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
I don't remember.
Poor Maura.
I was very passionate in the moment. I don't know.
This is one of the ways of being a Gen Zer is a plus for what exactly you just said. You're used to everything being filmed. When I hear Brock say to me when I walk in the door that night, it's like, you should have a few drinks. Like just a few. I was like, yeah, I know better than this. Everything you tell me to do, you want me to do so you can air out to everybody. I know better.
Very smart. Yeah. Very, very smart. All right. Well, I'm not going to air anybody out. What else did you take away from your time?
There was a bunch. I mean, I talked about the Andres Munoz changeup a bunch because it was mesmerizing, I thought. I think watching Jurangelo pitch from both sides was incredible. I can't get over it. I found myself, watching a lot of the young guys even Lazaro Montez, a guy who we know has power and we know that can just hit a ball, 400 plus feet almost at will. He actually was moving a little better, and you were talking about that a little bit in the outfield. I thought he actually had a little bit more of a quick jump out there. So, yeah, to see some of the young guys look not overwhelmed in big league camp, I thought was pretty cool.
Maura, anything jump out to you specifically?
I feel like so far the pitching it still looks phenomenal, and now you've even got Emerson Hancock looking like he's added to his arsenal and could be better than last year. And then I don't know like how many questions. I think we're still a little up in the air on the hitting. We're hoping it's going to be better, but it's good to see some of these young guys hitting, but we're not going to see them for a while. So I think that maybe I was kind of left, like I said Friday, wondering about the guys we didn't get to see, like Matt Brash and Santos and Coart that are starting. They're getting good progress reports there. But I just am wondering how much of a difference that could be this year.
Yeah, I think those are, for both of you, really great points, great takeaways, great observations. I found myself trying to go back last night, and I think the column's going to be up shortly here on CL Sports, trying to answer the questions that I had asked as we were heading into the week there and trying to figure out which ones I actually came away with data or something now, a spot to try to figure out where they're at. Most of them, I feel like I'm a little closer to answering, not all the way. The biggest question, is there enough offense? And I think my simple answer is no. There's not. There's not enough offense. Is it going to be better than last year? I think it will. Yes. I think it should be better than last year. I think Kevin Seitzer, who I think blew all of us away with his friendliness and his charisma and his relatability, I think that will help. I think the Edgar approach will help. I think the fact that some of these guys had the worst imaginable year last year and they should have some level of bounce back, that should help. But you're also kind of, you get down there and you realize Dylan Moore doesn't have a hit and Julio's not doing much of anything and Polanco's not even playing yet. Like it's hard to look at it and say, yes, this team has enough offense, even though I think they've done some things to make themselves better. Is Julio ready to become the guy, the one, Neo himself? He hasn't shown it on the field, but what does that mean? It's spring training. I'm not going to worry about whether or not Julio's hitting 112 in spring training. What I will say is that he felt to us when we talked to him like maybe he was starting to, learn what it's like to keep people at a distance who aren't a part of his life and then try to figure out the best way to be focused on the field. How do you balance a guy who is a fun dude by nature but needs to focus? We asked him that question on Thursday.
I feel like nothing's going to dance around that line. I feel like I'm somebody that this is kind of how I can be really fun. I can get really intense. I can get, be kind of out there at the same time be really serious. I just feel like I dance around, on that line. It's kind of like understanding that there is a time for everything. You can, let's say me, I like playing video games. I can be at my house playing video games for once I'm out the field, you got to go out there and beat somebody up. So it's just kind of like keeping it balanced and understanding that. I feel like that's like the best way of handling and dancing around the line.
That'll be a big part for Julio, right? How does he have fun and keep up that personality at the same time, focus, and turn himself from the player he's been into the player I think we all believe he can be? Do you feel like you come away from a week of spring training understanding their philosophy better? Yeah, better. I think we got to see what it looks like in games when they actually go out there and do it. How much are they going to bunt? How aggressive are they going to be? How much will they play for one run rather than for the crooked number? Yeah, those are all very real conversations that they're clearly having. But I don't think we can really know the answer until we see. We asked Dan specifically about the bunting and all of that.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's contextual, obviously. But I do think that when you look at the number of games that we play that are close, we play so many one-run games. We have such a great pitching staff that keeps us in the game very late. A lot of our games are won in that 6, 7, 8, 9 inning range. Anytime you can add a run on, I think is important.
Okay, that's enough to hear, right? I mean, I know Justin Hollander came on and was like, I don't feel like the strategy is going to be that different. I feel like it is. I love Justin. I think he's a brilliant guy, and I'm not saying he's not telling the truth. When I hear Dan say that games can be won in the middle innings, by adding on 1 run rather than playing for 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm hearing that they're going to do things to sacrifice outs in order to try to score 1 run. If that works, it's going to completely change the way we view offense at T-Mobile Park and the future of the Mariners. And if it doesn't, my guess is we're going to have some really difficult conversations sooner rather than later. So those were some of the questions that I felt like started to get answered this week. We're not going to know about pitching health for a little while, obviously. I'll tell you, you guys both, well, Lyle, you specifically mentioned it. The young guys definitely stood out. They really did. They are a lot closer. Did Brock give the objects in mirror closer than they appear reference last week? If not, he should have. They're pretty close. So. He didn't? I feel like he did. Maybe I just imagined it. I feel like they're, Laz is closer than I thought. Colt Emerson's closer than I thought. Ben Williamson's closer than I thought. Cole Young's maybe not quite as close as I thought, but also we didn't really get a chance to see him play the field because he's got a bum shoulder. Those guys were a little bit closer. Brandon Garcia, closer than I thought. I know Logan Evans got beat up on the field the other day, but maybe even a little closer than we thought. Yeah, that's probably a good sign.
The stuff's still playing up for him. I know that.
Absolutely. So, that's a good sign. Maybe those guys are a little bit closer to the big leagues than we realized. A few observations from our time at spring training. We'll have more to come. Also, today we've got some combine results. And I don't know whether you guys heard, there's a little rumor floating around out there about some guy who plays wide receiver for the Seahawks. I'll tell you a little bit more about it in Need to Know next.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Brock, what is your bold prediction for the Seahawks this year?
Every day at 7:45.
I was looking at the numbers defensively when it was all said and done. Finished in the top 15 in your major categories. I think year 2 with more time on task. Year 2 with a couple additional pieces. Year 2 with everybody basically coming back defensively and hopefully adding a difference maker third corner. This could be a top 5 defense in the league.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
The smart way to improve home comfort is a new heat pump. New heat pumps from Home Comfort Alliance provide efficient heating and cooling in one unit. Upgrade today and enjoy 18 months same as cash financing and up to 15% off through March. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 206-529-1111 or visit revivemen'shealth.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save over $1,000 in your first year versus other major carriers. Plus, ask how to get iPhone 16e on us. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment tax and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual savings vary.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb. Expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony. Some explosions and a clock ticking, because this offer $149 or less ends soon. One expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Get your yard game ready with Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Ego has nearly 200,000 5-star reviews from homeowners like you. Ego delivers the power of gas, but without the noise, fuss, or fumes. Best of all, Ego 56-volt arc lithium batteries are universal, so they fit all 90 tools. Power your yard, power your tailgate, power your life. Learn more at egopowerplus.com.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi, golf's newest league. It's sharp and it's electric. How is it sharp? How is it electric? Good questions. Try this on for size. 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime, forcing, playoffs on the line, golf. With 24 of the best players from the PGA Tour. Split into 6 teams. Atlanta, Boston, Jupiter, LA, New York, and the Bay. This isn't your average Sunday pickup game. Tune in every week for TGL matches, only on ESPN. Keep up. It's golf.
Seattle Sports is in Arizona for spring training baseball. Go behind the scenes with Wyman and Bob all this week from 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports.
Every window tells a story, whether it's watching your kids play outside or enjoying a beautiful sunset. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Our replacement windows are designed to frame those moments. Brighten your home with our exclusive offer. Buy 3 windows and get 1 free. Call today to take advantage of this limited deal. 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Does your yard need shade, privacy, or a little brightening up? Look no further than Big Trees. I'm Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. At our 30-acre location, there are thousands of trees to choose from and knowledgeable staff, including a board-certified master arborist, to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Visit the nursery and learn more about Big Trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, aka only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shanco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. It's Mike Salk here, and this summer you can experience breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and of course the best entertainment. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. The Hotel opens this summer with deluxe king and 2 queen rooms, premiums, grand suites, signature suites, and the breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. For more details, go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, the Mariners have been doing exactly what we would expect the Mariners to do, pitch. Especially at the start of games, that's what they're best at. Brian Wu dominated his first outing on Friday night. Emerson Hancock, that was probably better than the numbers showed on Saturday, and he introduced a new pitch, a sweeper. Logan Gilbert was phenomenal yesterday, shoving against the Rockies. He went 2.2 innings, allowed just, 1 walk, struck out a pair. Who do you want to hear about? You want to hear about Logan? You want to hear about Emerson? How about Brian Wu? We'll start with Brian Wu in his first start. Here's what Dan Wilson had to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was very efficient. I think he came out throwing strikes and getting ahead early. Thought he had a good sweeper today. The fastball is there often, but today I thought the sweeper was exceptional, and for the first time out, that's a really good sign.
I love go back to what Emerson told us when we talked to him the week before we went down there. He just said, hey, they said go try some new pitches this offseason. Well, it seems like the sweeper is going to be the one that sticks, and if that helps him get better, they're probably going to need him at some point this year. That would certainly be great news. Offensively, not a lot in the last couple days. Julio had a double yesterday. Colt Emerson drew praise for a 14-pitch at bat that ended with a hit by pitch. The guy that I keep focusing on, I guess, is Laz Montez, because he's got some serious power.
The next pitch to Montez, swing and a drive deep into the gap in right center field. Where is this going to land? Onto the berm. Goodbye, baseball. Montez, fist in the air as he rounds second. Holy smokes, what a shot from the kid from Cuba. And it's now the White Sox 18 and the Mariners 6.
Yeah, nice job for Las Montez. They will take on Cleveland today. I believe Luis Castillo is back on the mound. It's his turn. Is he back on the mound today? I was looking and couldn't find that information. I guess I probably could ask Shannon when she joins us at 8 o'clock. Couple of roster moves yesterday. Mariners claimed pitcher Seth Martinez on waivers from Miami. They sent a couple kids back to minor league camp. They released one struggling reliever. So just a couple of small things.
Yeah, it is Luis.
It is Luis. See, I knew. Where'd you find that information?
If you look up Mariners probable pitchers, there's a site.
I didn't know they did that in spring training.
They do. It's Luis Ortiz versus Luis Castillo.
Oh, sounds like a battle of Luises.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, combine almost done. What did we learn? Well, the offensive linemen are impressive. They'll finish off today, right, with the bench press. But most of the names you've seen connected to the Seahawks at number 18 have fared real well. Armand Membu just dominated everything. Gray Zabel had the highest vertical. He's been really good. Yeah, all the guys we've been talking about seem like they've had a very good week in Indianapolis. The weekend was also full of DK Metcalf rumors. Couple teams being interested in his services should the Seahawks engage in trade talks. Corbin Smith has the Packers as very specifically interested, and maybe even the Bills, Chiefs. I saw Raiders could all be in the mix if they decide to go that route. What's the value? That's obviously the question. Deebo Samuel dealt to Washington over the weekend for a fifth-round pick. That's not very much. Now, they wanted to get rid of him. Very different from the Seahawks, who don't need to get rid of DK Metcalf, but yeah, if you're not getting something back of great value, I don't see any reason to trade him.
Desire to be traded public, which always brings down the value.
Doesn't help.
Of it, right?
Doesn't help. Now, by the way, I would do that if I were a player. I would want whatever team I'm going to give up less to get me, right? Like, the less they give up, the better my new team is going to be. So I would absolutely tank my trade value if I could as a player in order to help my new team. It's just a strategy to try to help me win a championship.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
It was nice to see the Kraken recover, at least some dignity, as they beat up on Vancouver at home on Saturday night. Pair of goals for Eli Tolvanen in that one. They've got Minnesota tomorrow, and they did recall goalie Philip Grubauer. So after trying out the two young kids who were not exactly ready for prime time, Stechka and Keka, they decided, yeah, you know what? Grubauer's not great, but he's better than that, so he will return. And apparently, now, did you see the story? Rob Manfred's going to consider making Pete Rose eligible for the Hall of Fame voters because his family requested it posthumously, and then the president made comments about the league urging Manfred to do so. That's what's happening now? That is, I'm sorry, hard pass. Hard pass on everything about that story. I'm out. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. The president says, hey, consider Trump. And Rob Manfred's like, yeah, all right, I'll do that. Really? Kind of bizarre.
After taking such a hard stance for so long, it's pretty weird.
What is the reason for like trying to essentially pardon Pete Rose? What's the argument for it? Just that it's been so long that eventually you should like forgive? I'm not sure I understand that. He did the unforgivable. He bet on baseball. It's the end of the conversation. Like, I don't even see how this is a debate. I know it used to be this used to be sort of generic sports radio debate. Should Pete Rose be in the Hall of Fame? But I think we all decided. It had been decided. No, he should not be in the Hall of Fame. He bet on baseball. That's disqualifying. End of conversation. There's no reason really to keep it going. You can't bet on your own sport. That's it. Now, if you want to make reference to him or you want to, go through some of the things that he's done, his accomplishments at the Hall of Fame so that people see, kind of who he is and what, great. But making him a Hall of Famer? No. It just feels very specific. You bet on baseball, you're out. That's how it goes. You can't bet on the sport. You ruin the integrity of the sport. That's it. End of story. End of conversation. The sport has to have integrity or else you get John Cena heel turns like last night. And that's not going to happen. Sorry. That cannot be a part of what makes Major League Baseball exist. That's a non-starter for me. Coming up, more will take us around the weekend. If you missed anything that happened like I did, there was huge news on Friday, and I just totally missed the whole thing. Well, it's a good thing Maura's here because she's going to get everybody up to date next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Joining us here in the booth, Mariners broadcaster Gary Hill.
Julio being Julio is still going to matter, I think, more than anyone else you bring in. I think he can be a true difference maker, all-star MVP quality. I mean, we all know what his ceiling can be. And I'm actually really confident that he's going to have a big year. And because we have seen it in flashes where he has been among the best players in baseball.
Yeah.
Like the absolute best player that this game has to offer.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Febreze.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Mariners single game tickets are on sale now. The squad will be back in action before you know it. And now's the time to lock in your seats for the biggest games this season. Don't miss opening day on March 27th, Ichiro Hall of Fame weekend, August 8th through 10th, and matchups versus the Dodgers, Yankees, and more. Plus, check out 30 value games with tickets starting at just $10. Go to Mariners.com to get your tickets today.
A deep blast. This is gone. Home run. Julio.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
If you're looking for a new Mazda, go see our friends at Mazda of Everett. With over 790 new Mazdas in stock at 11409 Highway 99 in Everett, they have something for every budget and credit type. Save up to $3,970 on new Mazda CX-5s. Come meet the team and see why they've been Washington's largest Mazda dealer since 2015. Exceptional service and always their lowest prices. Visit in-store or online at MazdaofEverett.com today. MSRP for stock number 26315 is $30,585.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Saturday night, May 10th. Experience the thrill of live MMA, boxing, Muay Thai, and kickboxing. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this exciting mixed martial arts event, the World Fighting Championships, May 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
We know finding a company to trust with your home is a big decision and one we look forward to earning with incredible service, top quality products, and lifetime warranties. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are feature-rich with our sound package that reduces noise by 50%, clean glass technology, and added protection with our exclusive First Guard 3-layer security glass. Learn more about all of these features at lakewashingtonwindows.com. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Washington State ranks number 5 in the country for auto theft. The most high-risk vehicles are Kia, Hyundai, Ford F-150, F-250, and F-350. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports at 97.3 FM HD2.
I mean, I guess if you want to use the power of the presidency, use it for the steroid guys. Like, at least, look, they gave themselves an advantage, but the game was being played with steroids all over the place. Like, get them into the Hall of Fame. Get Barry Bonds. Like, if you want to change, Barry Bonds belongs in the Hall of Fame before Pete Rose. I don't even think it's a question mark. So anyway, we won't spend too much time on this. Maura, I know everybody missed stuff this weekend. I was certainly among those people because somehow I found out yesterday when you emailed me that Matt Stafford had signed with the Rams because I was out on Friday and somehow missed that information. So for anybody else who missed something this weekend, take us around the weekend.
Yeah, that I think happened right after our show on Friday because Brock and I were talking about it as he was dropping me off. So yeah, they did reach an agreement with Matthew Stafford. We haven't gotten all the details of it yet, but the New York Post reported that the Giants were going to make an offer of $90 to $100 million for about 2 years, so in the $45 to $50 million range. And he decided to go back to the Rams. So
for a little bit less.
Yeah. You would assume that that it's somewhere in that range. So I know we're going to have some talks later today about what that means for Geno. But that also means that there are reports now that the Giants are turning their eyes to Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson. So
yikes. No wonder they were willing to offer $100 million for Matt Stafford.
I mean, I would assume they'll draft a quarterback too, but like this is what it's like when you get into quarterback hell.
Yeah, but I mean, you're deciding
and they did it to
actively
themselves by paying Daniel Jones.
Right. Yeah. You've made a specific mistake on your own guy. Then you went out, like drafting Daniel Jones, not that big a problem. Didn't work out great. Okay, fine. But paying Daniel Jones after you had already seen him and knew who he was, gigantic problem that you deserve to suffer the consequences for. Sorry. You knew it. You broke it. Right? Like, that's how it goes. You messed that up. Why would you then? Like, I would rather have Daniel Jones back than bring in Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson. Right? I mean, like, those guys mess things up. They make it active. They make, especially Aaron Rodgers, is going to make it an actively worse situation to run your team. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that? Unless you're tanking again.
I think they've just benched Daniel Jones enough times that they have to move on at this point.
I mean, I get it, but there are other quarterbacks I would rather give a shot to than Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
And then why did you pay Drew Lock $5 million this offseason and not even really?
Well, right. Like, if you got Drew Lock, then go do it. Let Drew Lock, give him a shot. I would rather have Drew Lock be my quarterback than Aaron Rodgers. And it's not even close. And I'm not exactly the biggest Drew Lock fan in the world. That's just silly.
And then I also saw, which is, you guys watched this offseason Hard Knocks with the Giants last year and enjoyed it, you and Brock.
Yes.
But it also kind of made you question them even more when you got to see some of the inner workings of what they did. I also saw on Friday that apparently Hard Knocks couldn't get any NFL teams to sign up for the offseason version after that. because I think we were talking about, like, if you were a player, wouldn't you be mad watching some of these
Very.
things? So now instead they're going to be doing a Hard Knocks offseason edition with Bill Belichick and UNC, which I am super surprised that he agreed to.
Also, that's not the idea of NFL Hard Knocks. Okay. All right. So a couple thoughts on this. One, yeah, no kidding. No other team was going to allow that. Yeah. Why would they? I had heard this story. Maybe we've talked about this before. I don't think I can. I think I can share this story. I was told by someone that the Giants were not under the impression that they were filming a Hard Knocks. What? That they were under the impression that they were filming a like Giants 100th anniversary deal or whatever it was. Whatever season it was of memory for the Giants. I think it was 100 years. Whoa. That they were filming some sort of 100 years of the Giants deal that was going to be turned into a documentary. And that eventually when that became a Hard Knocks, they were like, wait, what? We would not have been nearly so open and honest, and we thought we were going to have the ability to edit stuff out at the end. So I don't know. I can't confirm that. I've heard that as a story.
Wow, I had not heard that. That's pretty crazy.
And it would definitely explain why all the other teams are like, absolutely not. No way, no, nay, never, absolutely no.
So the Giants thought that by going on camera and telling Saquon Barkley to go ahead and look elsewhere was basically hey, this is a 100th year anniversary, like, memory?
No, they just thought that like the cameras were always rolling for it, and they'd be like, yeah, we'll edit that out later. Like, that's not going to get out because we have control.
They thought that's not the kind of stuff they're
right.
For. Okay.
Exactly. Who knows?
Wow.
Again, just a story I've heard. I am not reporting that as fact. Just something that I have heard out there as a possibility.
Or well, we also had the NFL Combine going on this weekend, and there were some pretty solid performances. We'll go over some of the O-line ones here because that's what Seahawks fans are focused on. But according to Jeremy Fowler, overall, kind of what was expected, and there was some disappointment over some of the better players that didn't participate.
Really, a lot of the players that are going to be first-round picks proved themselves to be what people thought they were. You know, the receiver out of Texas runs a 4.29. He was already a first-round talent before that, you know, so you're going to see a lot of that throughout the process. And, you know, it's unfortunate a lot of the top players were not participating or not doing drills or running, but that's kind of how the combine's becoming a little bit. I would say that's a slight concern, you know, for people around the league. They want to see more of these players participate and not only work out at their pro day. So, you know, other than that, you're going to have the quarterback debate. Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders were both there. Didn't work out. But at least the feeling out of the combine I got is that Cam Ward is a pretty clear-cut number one quarterback in the draft.
So, yeah, neither of them work out, but Cam Ward came out ahead, I guess, just from talking to teams. Jackson Dart did throw and looked pretty impressive, and I believe that he did say that he met with the Seahawks.
He met with the Seahawks,
yeah. Yes. I don't know that we think that that's a really high likelihood just because the hype around him has grown to the point where he could possibly go in the first round, according to Adam Schefter.
But good on the Seahawks for meeting with him. They absolutely should be, you know, hey, let's see who this kid is, what he's all about. They're not going to have a shot at the first two guys, but who knows where he ends up and whether or not that's a possibility for them. I think the Jeremy Fowler point is a good one. The combine only works if everybody does it, or at least if most everybody does it. If more and more guys stop doing it, well, then what's the point of having a combine? Unless the league in some way says, hey, if you don't do X, Y, and Z, we're not going to make you eligible to be drafted, and there's no way they're going to do that. This feels to me like another example of players kind of taking their power back of like, yeah, I don't want to run. I don't want to do that. You see my tape. I've been doing it for however many years in 5 different spots.
Or you can come see it at my school.
Yeah, like I'm not going to go run in this environment and make you poke and prod me and wear spandex around and get treated like chattel. Like, yeah, I'm good. But it doesn't work unless everybody does it for the most part. Like, oh, you're the fastest 40 time. Yeah, but these 4 guys didn't run. Okay.
I think that was Matthew Golden, right, from Texas that ran the 40.
That was the wide receiver from Texas he was talking about.
Right. I got to tell you, speaking of the combine and QBs at the combine, I don't know if you saw, but the national champion, Will Howard, bad.
I did see
combine.
it.
He was missing throw after throw after throw.
But then Shedeur sort of stood up for him and was like, "Oh, it's hard." I don't know, man. That was tough. Hey, Brock always says that, I want to see that you're gutsy and willing to go out there and do that. So let's see if Brock believes that after watching him completely make a mockery of the whole thing.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Well, some O-line names that have been floated to the Seahawks had nice performances. First off, Missouri tackle Armand Membu, who is 6'4", 322 pounds, posted a 4.9 140 time. That was the second fastest time for that position group, and Daniel Jeremiah and Rich Eisen were impressed.
That's a good start. That is athletic.
Look at him go.
4.91. You let out a primal scream when you do freaky stuff. That's what he did right there. That was fantastic.
He's sort of a let out a primal scream guy. I saw some video of him doing some sort of deadlift or something like that, and he was doing the same thing. I mean, he's a yeller and a screamer.
Okay, that's kind of fun.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think. I like a good yeller and a screamer. I wouldn't think
Maybe
that would
it intimidates your opponents.
I don't think that would help with the running, though. Aren't you supposed to get super relaxed as you're running?
Well, it might affect your breath a little bit.
Yeah. No, whatever. Worked for him.
Yeah, it worked out well.
Yeah.
Membu also had the best broad jump at 9 feet 7 inches, and he had a 34-inch vertical jump. Georgia center Jared Wilson posted.
Can we just pause for a second? Did you say a 34-inch vertical jump? Yep. He's 330?
6'4", 322. Yeah.
What the heck?
I know.
How is that real? How is that a real number? Just pause for a moment and think about how insane that is.
It's very
Being 320 pounds, you can jump 33 inches in the air.
34.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
Well, all right. If it was only 33, I wouldn't be impressed. The fact that he got to 34 inches, all right, this dude's a real athlete.
But when I should say, I know we're going to talk to Hawkblogger Brian Nemhauser later. He was down there. He said that Armand Membu and the next guy I'm going to talk about, Jared Wilson, did both meet with the Seahawks. So Georgia center Jared Wilson posted the fastest time, running a 4.84 40, and he's 6'3", 310 pounds. It's the fastest speed by a lineman in the last 3 years.
Wow.
Here it is.
Oh, Jared, go.
Popped up a little bit.
Yes!
Look at that.
What a finish!
Better, baby. 4.84 is cooking.
Oh, I thought he was about to do a cartwheel. That one, I saw that. I thought that we were about to see that.
Look at it. He's got some Georgia teammates celebrating with him, too.
That's right.
I think Daniel Jeremiah and Rich Eisen do a good job of making something that could be very boring fun.
Did Rich Eisen end up running himself again? Did we get the Rich Eisen run at the end of the combine? Or is that not till today?
What his time was, but he usually does because it's a charity thing.
That might not be till today because there's still some lifting stuff happening, right?
Finishing up,
So he may not do that till today.
It's usually fun in his dress shoes and in his suit.
Yep.
And then, like I said, Jared Wilson did also meet with the Seahawks. Gray Zabel, a guy we've talked a lot about, the North Dakota State tackle that we've seen mocked to the Seahawks, had the best vertical jump at 36.5 inches. He's 6'6", 304 pounds. He talked from the combine about how almost every team that he's met with has talked to him about changing positions.
It's extremely critical at the NFL to be able to play multiple positions. At the end of the day, I'm an offensive lineman. It just depends on what hand you put down, what set you take on the position you play, and then if you have to snap the football. So that's the big part about this process is understanding that you never know what position you're going to have to play on any given week, and going out there and just being the best football player you can be is really critical.
253.
How do you feel about converting?
Well, whatever. I mean, he plays them all.
Yeah.
My guess is he ends up being a center. Like, if you're able to play center, you're probably going to be a center. That's my guess. I'm sorry, I was distracted by the 253 weighing in. Membu sounded like a drunk Mora doing a 40-yard dash.
Oh, my gosh. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right, well, we'll shift it into a little baseball here. I know Brock's going to have more combine thoughts. First of all, we, the three of us, got to see Jurangelo Sinja pitch from both sides in his bullpen on Friday, which was a pretty cool experience. Hollander had told us when we talked to him, like, if you're going to check out one thing here, you should probably do that.
And it was the last thing we saw.
Yeah.
Like, we just squeaked it in before the deadline. It was amazing.
Yeah, I was going to say, what did you think?
It was really freaking cool.
Yeah.
It really was.
I mean, he was smoking them from both sides.
Yeah, Maura, I think you got some pretty good video of it. I got unsurprisingly lousy video of it. Typical
Well, it was hard
dad
because we were behind a net, so my phone kept trying to focus on the net. He was a little blurry. I sent Justin a couple that he posted on Seattle Sports on Twitter if you guys want to check them out.
It was cool, man. I mean, we got over there and he was throwing. We were right behind the catcher. We were essentially right in the batter's box, but just back a couple steps. And starts off throwing lefty, and you're like, oh, wow, okay, that's pretty good. And then he throws righty, and you're like, whoa, that ball is zipping in. And then he went back to lefty, and I feel like he kicked it up a notch or two because the second round of throwing lefty was much more impressive than the first. He's got some tight movement on those pitches from the left side. He can whip it from the right side. It's pretty bizarre and cool to watch.
If it works out, there's so many ways they could get really creative with him. They really could. There's a flurry of ways they could really do it.
Like what? Like pitch him a couple days in a row?
Well, this one probably won't happen, but I've thrown out that idea before that what if he was essentially a reliever, but he's throwing almost every day. It's just half the days from the right side and half the days from the left side. And then you say to yourself, all right, if we've got this rotation that's unbelievable, he's just throwing 110 innings a year out of the bullpen instead of 135, 140 as a starter, or something like that. That's one. The other is maybe he just is primarily a right-handed pitcher, but if he keeps working on the left side, when you have a matchup with a lefty hitter that really does not fare well against lefties, or a right-handed hitter that has reverse splits, you say, yeah, for this at bat, you're going to flip to the left side.
What if he was a right-handed starter and a left-handed reliever?
That's another one.
That was the one that sort of jumped out to me. What if he started every 5 days on the right side, and on the other 4 days, or 3 of the other 4 days, you use him as a lefty reliever out of the pen?
Yet another way you could get super creative with
something. I just gut feeling. Nobody has said this to me. I promise. Gut feeling. That's what ends up happening because he's a better right-handed pitcher.
For sure.
So okay, if he's a right-handed starter throwing 98, but on the other days you can use him as a lefty out of the pen. That'd be pretty freaking cool.
That'd be pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
I was so mesmerized watching him. It was so cool.
It was
I don't
very
get
fun.
over it.
Very, very fun.
It did not disappoint. Justin Hollander was right about that one. And then I'll go through some of the games this weekend. The Mariners beat the Padres 2-1 on Friday night. In his spring debut, Brian Wu pitched 1 2/3 innings, giving up no hits and no walks. And then Luis Castillo, the other Luis Castillo, came in and struck out 2, but he did give up the only hit of the night. Spire, Thornton, Saucedo, Snyder, Garcia, and Lau each threw a scoreless inning after that. Dan Wilson talked about the performance from his pitching staff post-game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a credit to the whole pitching staff today. They, like you said, they had their A guys in there, and they were able to handle them pretty easily. It's early, but at the same time, it's a good sign that these guys are doing the things they need to do to get prepared.
Yeah, I didn't get to watch that one because I was flying, but it sounds like the Padres had some of their better hitters in there, so it's nice to see that kind of play.
I would also say, look, any of these 5 guys could end up just having a ridiculous year.
Mm-hmm.
We watched a Brian Wu. This is why none of these things matter. We watched a Brian Wu bullpen down there, and we were like, ugh, that didn't look as good as maybe you'd want it to. Especially because he was next to Logan Evans, who was throwing just absurd stuff. And then they both pitch in their first games, and Logan Evans gets racked, and Brian Wu dominates. So it's like, take everything you see with a grain of salt, both in the bullpens and in the games down there, because super small sample sizes, you don't know what they're working on. Spring training, generally not that meaningful.
Like we talked about, there's still some good sides coming from the young guys and their bats. Cole Young hit a 101.5 mile per hour double in the 7th that gave the M's the 2-1 lead.
The 2-2. Swung on, hit to center field, hit pretty well. Wall is back. He's racing back. He reaches up, and he doesn't make the catch. It's off the wall. Around third base, being waved. He's going to score. Packard touches home, and the Mariners have taken the lead as Cole Young smashes a double.
You know what stood out to me about that one? Because I know we've talked about Cole Young as a bit of a story. He hasn't been in the field a bunch because of the throwing arm. But that double was off a lefty, and he is not fared particularly great against left-handed pitching so far in the minor leagues. If that's a step he's taking, that's a nice positive sign.
Yeah, my general takeaway on Cole Young is that we didn't see a lot of him walking around, hitting, etc. So I didn't really get a chance to feel it didn't feel like he's a guy that's about to jump into the major leagues at the beginning of this year. Would you agree that some of that conversation of if he runs with it, maybe there? I don't see that happening after being down there for a week. It would shock me if he's on the opening day roster.
I don't think he pulls a Julio and makes the club right out of camp. However, could we see him on May 1st? Could we see him on June 1st? Sure.
Totally agree. Yeah, I'm not saying that this is not the year for him. He'll be up at some point. I didn't see anything that made me say, like, they need him right now. March 27th, he's on the roster. I didn't see that.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I will say that the lefty thing is something to watch.
Cool.
If he's gonna improve against lefties, that's a big deal.
Well, and then moving into Saturday's game, it did not go well for the M's. Brock already texting us about a spring training game because they were losing 18-9 to the White Sox. But Emerson Hancock, as you mentioned earlier, did debut a sweeper, and he also hit 96 miles per hour. Dan Wilson spoke about what that sweeper can do for Hancock after the game.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you throw in that two-seamer and the sweeper, that's a good combination, and you hope that the two-seamer speeds him up inside, and then the sweeper gets him to roll over, away from you. And I think with left-handers too, it gives him an option down and in, and get him to swing over the top of it. So he continues to work on it.
They had to count on him a couple times last year with Brian Wu being injured to start the season, and it's just good to see that he was definitely serviceable, but that I think he's only 25 still. He's still getting better as well.
He's a first-round pick too. If you had to guess how many, if you had to make a bet right now, over/under on starts for Emerson Hancock with the major league team this year. If I will give you the over/under of 33 is a full season of starts. I'll set the over/under at 15. Taking the over or under?
I don't want to take the over because that means somebody's going to get injured. Unfortunately, it does seem to be the way baseball goes a lot, right?
Well, and it also means it could be a couple of guys being injured a little, right? It could mean a 2-week stint here and a 3-week stint there, and he jumps in. Yeah, 15? I might take the under on 15. I'll take the over on 10. I'm guessing it's in the 10 to 15 range, though, for Emerson Hancock this year.
That feels about right.
Yeah. Are we going to do tomorrow? Quickly, what happened yesterday, Maura? Is that on this list, or are we...
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Mariners lost 6-1 to the Rockies.
All right, thank you very much.
Logan Gilbert had a good start. But as you mentioned earlier, Colt Emerson battled Herman Marquez in a 14-pitch at-bat that ended with Emerson hit by pitch. Daniel Kramer of MLB.com posted a quote for Marquez saying, "I tip my hat to the kid. He can recognize the strike zone pretty well." It's pretty cool. Dan Wilson was impressed with that. And then at the very next at-bat, Julio made Marquez go 11 pitches. He did end up grounding out, but he also started the day. He only had 2 at-bats with a leadoff double. So
25 pitches and 2 at-bats. You keep doing that, and you'll get to face some really good bullpen arms over the course of a year. No, that's good. That is exactly what you want to see. Look, Emerson's impressive, too. He's not going to make the team this year, but I think we're going to have a serious conversation about it next year, don't you think? And it's not impossible that he could find his way up with the club by the end of this year, depending on how things go, a September call-up, something like that. We could see that. Yeah.
In a perfect world, if Colt Emerson has a really, really big year, and he's going to have to do it in Double-A, but if it's September and they're in the mix and they need a jolt, you never know.
No reason that he couldn't make it up this year. Maura, thank you for a great trip around the weekend. A lot of comments here about Jurangelo Cincha. A lot of people saying, well, what about his lower half and getting tired? Yeah, I know it's not just the arm, but if you were to start and then just come out of the pen once or twice in between, like, I don't think that would end up being so exhausting that you wouldn't be able to keep it up. Guy's a professional athlete. He's not like a 75-year-old softball player. He's not my dad. Like, he doesn't need a nap like I do. By the way, no naps last week. Not one. Not a single nap for me last week. I'm going to be taking one today. Don't call me around noon. I will be fast asleep. Brock Heward's in next. It's Brock and Salk. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
Clint Kubiak, your brand new OC, joining us right now in studio. What were some of the weapons here you were most intrigued by, or maybe you kind of started thinking once you knew you got the job, like,
obviously it starts with the quarterback. Really impressed with Geno, DK, Jax. Noah Fant. There's a lot of pieces to be excited about, but there's also going to be some new pieces we add to the roster. That's the really fun part of coaching is getting to be a part of guys' careers.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law, where we help all types of injury victims like Cynthia, who was T-boned by a truck.
The airbag shattered bones in my hand. I called Warrior Injury Law and was very happy with the outcome. Rob has integrity. He cares about people. He cares about his clients. I knew that I could trust Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review.
Ladies! Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Old Spice Swagger Body Wash will make you the MVP of freshness and confidence. With its irresistible scent, it will transform your shower experience, leaving you feeling fresh on and off the field. Pair it with Old Spice Swagger Deodorant, the #1 aluminum-free brand that keeps you feeling like a Super Bowl champion 24/7 when used daily. But don't wait. This dynamic duo is available at Costco for a limited time only. Old Spice, official deodorant partner of the NFL and Super Bowl 59, where freshness meets football greatness.
John here with Happy Hauler. We want to help get your unwanted items to those in need. Furniture and household items you plan on throwing away? We'll take them and prioritize donating and recycling, keeping items out of the landfill, and giving useful items a second happy home. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We work with over 20 nonprofits all over Western Washington to donate used items. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. Reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the New Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced New Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the New Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your New Skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the New Skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to order.
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Morning, buddy.
Good morning, Michael. The sun is not rising over the cell tower.
Not today.
Behind our shoulders.
No, not today.
What a week. What a time. What a wonderful experience. I was just smiling my whole way home. Smiling this morning, thinking about our week that was.
Yeah.
All the fun. Smiling at the volume control that came loud and clear through Justin Barnes' videos. That was so fun.
Yeah, I was telling Maura she got to learn a little bit about what it's like to grow up now with a video camera filming everything you do at a party.
Yeah.
Like she got a little lesson in just how hard that can be.
I was encouraged by Brock to relax and have a couple
Mm-hmm.
and
That's
enjoy
right.
the
Sure.
evening.
Oh,
I didn't know
sure.
Justin was going to film us for 4 hours straight.
Well, you kind of saw Justin. You kind of were watching him film.
That's why I was quiet in the first 4 videos that he made. 4 hours later, when I was talking to other people, I didn't realize he was still going.
You don't think that it had something to do with what else was going on during those 4 hours?
No,
that's impossible.
No.
Absolutely not. I went through it, Brock, and started with these guys earlier at 6 o'clock. All right, I came into camp with 6 questions and wrote about those at seattlesports.com, and I feel like I'm closer to answering those questions after a week down there. Some of them, no. I don't know whether the Mariners are going to stay healthy in their pitching staff. There's no way to know that. I do know that so far so good, and I do know that each of those 5 or 6 guys have really shown why they are the biggest thing about this team that gives them credibility.
Yep.
The biggest question for me was, do they have enough offense? And I don't know that I can come away from a week there and say yes. I think I come away from a week and say no. They probably still don't have enough offense. That's not to say they won't be better offensively, and I do think Kevin Seitzer will help, and Edgar's approach and all the stuff that we've heard about. But do I think that they're going to have a strong offense based on what I saw down there? Probably not. I think that'd be hard for me to say.
I think I would agree, and I know that these stats are not predictive, and I know that, you shouldn't look at them and use them when they're doing well and look at them and use them and point out the negative when they're not doing well. But it's not been a blistering start for a bunch of the guys, at least in the first, week and a half, 2 weeks of games. It's not maybe the start that Dylan and JP and even Julio himself, nice double last night, but not a tremendous awe-inspiring start to the spring for a bunch of those guys that in some cases you're looking to bounce back. I guess Scarver, you'd put on that other side of it. He's off to a great start. So we'll see as these weeks build and we get closer and closer to opening day.
Yeah. Julio is still the biggest thing, the biggest question mark. Is he ready to become the guy? We talked a lot about Julio this week and just trying to understand who he is at this stage of his career, what he's getting from, Edgar Martinez and kind of what that whole strategy looks like. He says you do have to balance analytics, right, and some of the complicated information you get with just your natural ability to keep it simple.
Yeah, it's like you gotta understand it, but like I said, man, the game has its own essence. You can't take it away. You cannot put that into numbers. You cannot, measure that. Like it's different. It's different. You can have all the metrics you want, but if you don't play the game the right way, you're not gonna get nowhere. And I feel like that's something that we have the right focus now as a team.
I'll be very curious what Dave and Bob, they've got curious analytical eyes. Lefko, they're down there starting today and this morning with the morning workouts and stuff. Those poor guys got to pull double duty, Salk. They got to get up early in the morning, got to get down there. They got to take their vampire nap, and then they got to do the whole show, and they got to watch a game. I mean, it's going to be some long days for Bob and Dave. But I will be very curious when we do talk to them, maybe by middle or the end of the week, of what do they perceive with Julio? Because was it Justin that sent us the video of a very young Julio Rodriguez sitting with us a couple years ago, right? Where you're just like, wow. And even, from the facial hair to the hairdo to the size to kind of the aura, there was a little different vibe over the course of the week with Julio. Of just, what we watch with superstars. They got to put a little hedge around them.
Little distance.
Little distance around them, naturally. And that is going to happen. And then, a little bit of edge. That performance has got to grow and improve in year number 4 because, as we talked about, it has trickled down from a performance standpoint statistically the last couple of years.
Yeah, the other 2 questions that I really wanted to figure out down there, what is their philosophy? And do we now have a sense of what it is the Mariners want to do game in, game out, right? Do they want to be a hit and run, play for one instead of a crooked number? What does that look like? Is 162 battles, I asked Dan Wilson, is that a mentality? Or is that a strategy?
I think for me, really, it's about it's a mentality, and we talked about it a little bit last year. That when we get to 7 o'clock, it's time to go to war. It's time to battle. And having Lou Piniella as a manager and a guy that at 7 o'clock wanted to win more than anybody in that stadium, you really got the impression that every day. Every game that you take the field is the most important game. It's the biggest game of the year that day. And, yesterday's day is gone. Can't do anything about that. Tomorrow has not come close. It sounds cliche, but we can get distracted often when we start thinking about some of the outside stuff that happens, the things that happened yesterday, worrying about tomorrow. But what's really important is taking the field, being 100%, being completely present for that game that night.
Okay, so that to me is good news, right? 162 battles doesn't mean that that's going to be their strategy to play to win every single game, because that just doesn't make sense over the course of 162. So what about the aggressiveness?
Yeah, I think a lot of it's contextual, obviously, but I do think that when you look at the number of games that we play that are close, we play so many one-run games. We have such a great pitching staff that keeps us in the game very late. A lot of our games are won in that 6, 7, 8, 9 inning range. Anytime you can add a run on, I think is important.
Yep. I do think they will be more aggressive, and I do think that's just a freedom for those guys to go out there and play without fear. That was another one of, I think, the psychology or the mentality is we are not going to be in between. Macy learned a pretty good lesson yesterday. I was telling you before the show. Turned down an open 3 after missing a couple and got yanked, rightfully so. Like, sorry, that's your shot. You got to shoot your shot. You know what? You get a 2-0 count, you get a fastball, shoot your shot. Take your swing. Be aggressive. You get a good lead. You get a good time on that pitcher. Don't play in apprehension. Go play without fear. And I think that is much the mentality as the 162 battles is, right? Just like that's going to be our mindset. And for Robles and for Rosarena and for Julio and for these guys to do, Salk have, I think, some kind of creative will in their game or want to. Like, go cut it loose. Go let it rip. And we are not going to apologize if you go, as coaches always say, just go full speed. We made some full speed mistakes, but I'd much rather have that than anything done in apprehension.
If you want some good news, it's that my 4th question about the level of trust and buy-in from the players did not appear to be a problem.
Not at all.
Right? I didn't see any evidence that guys were upset about the offseason, frustrated by lack of movement. In fact, I felt like getting away from here, Seattle, and getting down there kind of changed a lot of that perception, because you did not feel any of that same frustration that you've gotten from the fan base.
Yeah, and save for Cal, who else really could have some of those vibes? Like JP didn't perform.
Yeah, sometimes.
Dylan and Polo and Julio, nobody really performed. Luke Raley overperformed. Luke Raley going to be upset they didn't bring anybody else in? Heck no. I'm going to get my ABs and more of my opportunities.
Julio could have been upset.
He could.
Absolutely. Cal, the pitchers. I think there are guys that could have been. The fact that they weren't, obviously a pretty good sign. So, look, we'll see where all this goes. It was great to be down there, great to see it in person, great to be around the guys. Gets me much more excited for March 27th coming up here in just a few weeks. It's also, there are still question marks about the offense and what it's going to look like this year and whether or not changing strategy, philosophy is going to be enough to turn some guys that really struggled over the last couple of years back into the players they had been elsewhere. Come right back here with everything you need to know next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
We've been going position group by position group. We move on to safeties, Dave. So you got Julian Love, who's entering the first year of a 3-year extension. He had a great season. You got Kobe Bryant in the final year of his rookie deal. Rayshon Jenkins is the most likely cap casualty here because he's got a $7.9 million cap hit. And if they release him, they save $5.4 million. He got some plays, but he didn't have $7.9 million cap hit plays.
I agree. Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Well, on this Monday morning, good morning. You've been with the same insurance agent and carrier so long, you're just assuming maybe you're frustrated. Maybe you're, like we were a couple weeks ago in kind of renewal mode and couldn't believe where things were going. Or heck, maybe your carrier kind of just left the business, up and left the business, and you're just kind of in a tough spot, confused and stressed about your insurance. Well, any of those things, it's time for you to do what Molly and I did. Take the First Mark Challenge. We heard so many First Mark Challenge victories over the years that saved people so much money. We had to finally make that decision ourselves and go pull the trigger. And boy, am I glad we did. Here's how First Mark went to work for us, for my mom, for so many of our friends. They fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, unlike you and me, they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they've worked with for years to find you the best fit. No stress, no confusion. Think of it this way. They're your teammate, and they spent the last 3 decades helping thousands of families successfully manage the complicated world of insurance. So don't wait a morning longer. Go take the First Mark Challenge, totally free, and you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com, firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark, your teammate that goes to work for you.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Windows are our home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
It's the granddaddy of them all, the Seattle RV Show, March 6th through 9 at Lumen Field Event Center. Hundreds of new models, over 1,000 floor plan options from over 50 manufacturers.
It's your best chance to save all year.
Tickets at SeattleRVShow.com, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you. With aggressive auto insurance lawyers on your side, you will secure the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal, fighting for you.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years!
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five!
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
I just had Asset Roofing come out and do a full inspection on my roof because I wanted to be proactive and handle any small problems before they became big problems, and they were extremely professional with their communication and recommendations. You really need an expert on your side, and Asset Roofing is on mine. Allow them to work for you, too. You can find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, we had a chance to see those 3 games in a row where the Mariners banged out 10 or more runs. They've come back to earth, unsurprisingly, but what has not changed is that the pitching, Brock, is still really, really, really good. Brian Wu dominating his first outing on Friday night. Emerson Hancock actually pretty good on Saturday. He was able to, he gave up a run or so, but he was good and certainly not problematic through that sweeper for the first time. But yesterday it was Logan Gilbert coming out and showing exactly what he is. 2.2 innings, allowed just 1 walk, struck out a pair, no hits. Dan Wilson pretty impressed.
I thought he looked very, very sharp early on, and for him to get out there for a 3rd inning was outstanding, and continued to work on all his stuff, but was able to establish the things that he needed to early, and then was able to work on a couple of different things in that 3rd inning.
Was it Bryce? I think it was Bryce. Some of these things kind of run together, especially after the fact. I think it was Bryce that said, from a mentality standpoint, we're going to be ready game 1 to go. This isn't like being build.
Oh no,
mode.
that was Bryce for sure.
Yeah, that was Bryce. And I will be curious.
In fact, I have that for you. Want to hear that?
Oh, sure.
It's something that has kind of bothered me the last couple of years, just coming out and, having just using that excuse like it's early. Like, that's why we lost today. Like, that shouldn't be an excuse. One of the teams is going to win. Like, we can't just lean on that it's early and that it's going to come later in the year and just bank on us, putting a run together.
I like that.
I don't at all.
So I'm not going to say it's early.
Well,
you're not going to hear me.
No
utter
one's
those
saying
words.
that early is an excuse for
Lyle,
losing.
you're not going to hear me utter those words all April or May.
I mean,
my buddy Alan Jackson.
Are you going to say it if they go 25-5 in the first month?
So sure won't.
Okay. Well,
I hate the it's early stuff because they've missed the playoffs by 1 game each of the last 2 years because they've started slow.
But you're taking it's early to mean something that it doesn't mean. So is Bryce. No one's saying it's early is why you lost. They're saying it's early, which is why you don't panic about losing.
You think the guy that's in the organization doesn't understand the mentality of it?
100% yes.
I think he's telling us that something was going on where they approached it a little too lackadaisical.
Maybe they did, but that's not what we're saying. Nobody is saying it's early, it doesn't matter. They're saying it's early, you don't panic. There's a
But he
huge
talked
difference.
about like guys still working themselves into shape to start the season.
That's
stuff
a
too.
problem. No one is saying that's okay.
I think he's not just saying that. I think he's saying there was a
That's
whole
what he's referring
mentality
to.
of it.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
what I think he was referring to.
I totally disagree with that as well.
Great.
We heard all last year about how the first month mattered the most, and they were going to come in right off the bat, and it was going to matter. And if anything, I think they put too much pressure on themselves last year in April. I would totally disagree with
Great.
all of
I'm
that.
glad you disagree with all of us.
They need to start hot.
That would be great. I would love for them to start hot. If they don't, I will once again not sit here and say, well, there you go. It's over. It's over in April. I guess everything's done. There's nothing the other. Like,
well, I don't think that's what we're saying either.
Of course you are. It's what everyone says every year. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I think he's saying very clearly the sense of urgency is going to be up, and I think you've seen that even from
Great.
the jump here.
That
in
should
camp.
happen. There
Thank
should
you.
be a sense of urgency. No one should look at a couple of baseball games in April and make determinations about what they mean for the team over the course of 162.
That's very true.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Combine almost done. They're still got what? They got some guys lifting today? The offensive linemen?
Do they? Are they lifting today?
I think the offensive lineman still needs a lift.
Poor guys.
They've been impressive, though, huh?
Oh, yes.
Armand Membu, Brock, yelling and screaming and dominating the combine, essentially.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
You
Will
want to hear him
Campbell.
run the 40? He's very
Sure.
loud. He's like more at a party.
That's a good start. That is athletic.
Look at him go.
4-9-1. You let out a primal scream when you do freaky stuff. That's what he did right there. That was fantastic.
You also do that, DJ, when you're 335 pounds, not like 200 running down there. You're carrying another 100 and something pounds than those receivers and running backs and everybody else. Yeah, he was unbelievably impressive. Like over the last 20, there were a lot of guys that were like over the last, they had to go back like 30 years, over the last 30 years, over the last 30 years, over the last 30 years from a percentage standpoint of where they ranked athletically, Salk, almost at every single position group. Wide receiver, an O-line, the safety out of South Carolina was just a different caliber of human being, the linebacker from Alabama. So, yeah, there were some pretty darn incredible athletic feats over the weekend.
Well, that wasn't the only thing that came out over the weekend. We'll discuss in more detail here in about 10 minutes, but lots of DK Metcalf rumors. A couple of teams being interested in his services. Maybe the Seahawks will engage in some trade talks. Corbin Smith saying the Packers, maybe the Bills, Chiefs. I even heard Raiders as a possibility. Could all be in the mix if they decide to go that route. But then you got to wonder, all right, well, what do you get back? Deebo Samuel dealt to Washington over the weekend. He netted just a fifth rounder. I think DK's worth a whole lot more than that, but seeing that certainly has to make you wonder, right?
Indeed.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Might have more to have than just that. Kraken, Brock, after the blowout loss the other day in St.
the
Louis.
Blues.
Yeah, they got some dignity back. They beat up on Vancouver at home on Saturday night, scored 6 goals themselves in that one, a pair for Eli Tolvanen. And then they decided the 2 rookie goaltenders were not actually very good. So they've recalled Philip Grubauer. He returns to the big club. And then...
Is that the Canucks, by the way, up north?
that is the Canucks.
They're the Canucks.
Why is Rob Manfred considering making Pete Rose eligible for the Hall of Fame? Don't do that. Just don't. He bet on baseball. End of the conversation. There's no need for Pete Rose to be eligible for the Hall of Fame. You cannot bet on baseball and risk the integrity of the game. Just a no.
Now that he's passed, though?
Yeah, don't care. Can't bet on baseball. It's a no. It's an absolute no. Non-starter, absolutely no, nay, never. You're out. Sorry. That's
like Husky basketball.
Well, they're also out, yes.
They're dead last.
They're way
Dead
out.
last.
That's everything you need to
They
know.
finished dead last.
Quarter past every hour here in the Brock and Salk Show. Salk disagrees because it's his job to kiss the Mariners management's butt.
Oh, cheapers.
Yeah.
See, it was nice when that sun was glaring on your text away and you didn't really look at it. Maura or Lyle, can you get a sun?
The one word. It's only one word that gets me there, by the way. It's
What's that?
excuse.
Yeah.
That's the word. Everything else, I'm there with you. It's not an excuse. If anybody is using it's early as an excuse, that's on them.
Yeah.
They should never use it's early as an excuse. But I don't use it as an excuse at all. Nobody says, oh, you lost. Well, that's just because it's early. Nobody's ever said that. At least not me. I've certainly never said they lost because it's early. There's a major difference between using it as an excuse and saying it's early. It doesn't mean it's predictive of the rest of the season. And I think that you guys agree with me on that.
I do.
Yeah, you can.
So like this idea that we're actually disagreeing is not true. We're actually agreeing on this.
No, but when they're bad early, it turns into like, well, the weather and it's harder
That's
here.
totally
and
different.
Those are excuses.
Well, they're also excuses, by the way, that were proven, right? They were proven legitimately through but whatever. I don't want to make excuses. Nobody here is looking to make excuses.
I'm with you. Yes, if you start the year slow, you can still end up making the playoffs and have a good year.
That's
That
right.
is true.
That is the entirety of this point. It's the only problem I had with what Bryce had to say. Everything else I agree with. It's not an excuse.
But I think Bryce is saying from the inside, and he would know this far better than any of us would, he's saying from the inside that there's a sense of urgency, that instead of coming into it like, yeah, you know what, I'm going to be built up for 5 innings or 85 pitches or whatever it is. Like, no, we're kind of grown now, and we've been around here 2 or 3 times.
I'm all there for that. 100% with you for that.
Yeah.
I just don't want to hear about, like, it's not an excuse.
Yeah.
It's very different. It's not predictive. Yes. And that is a major, major differing point. Mm-hmm. So I know everybody gets upset when Salk feels differently from everybody else and, has to show how right he is and how smart he is. But, he is right and he is smart, and you guys can all deal with it. We'll come right back with what may end up being the greatest Salk was right take of all time. Next on Brock and Salk.
Salk is always right, and he told you so.
The John Schneider Show.
With Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
You're down at the Combine. What's the biggest priority that you want to know about these players?
Yeah, I would say having our coaches here this year, interviewing the players in person and watching them interact, how they respond to the teaching, and can they teach the coaches. That's probably the most important thing this year. We didn't bring the guys last year because everybody was just installing our systems and getting going. So it's pretty cool having those guys here this year.
View the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Well, it's nice to be back home. It was cool being down at spring training and seeing the guys and just how impressive they are, physically, right? They've had the whole off season. They're working out. They're getting themselves into great physical condition. And, for the rest of us, we might not have all the same resources, time, money, et cetera, to devote to diet or exercise, but you could be in the best shape of your life, too, just like some of these guys, and it might only take you 45 days. With the help of Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Worked for me, 10 pounds in a week, 35 pounds after 8 weeks, felt healthy, eating delicious, fresh meals, no pills, no injections, no exercise even. Find out if you can do it too. I know you can. A 15-minute call is all it takes. No obligation. Schedule it right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. You got nothing to lose other than a ton of weight, right? eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Celebrate the best of the best in Washington sports with the 90th annual Sports Star of the Year Award Show on King 5. Legendary athletes and today's stars come together for one spectacular night of sports accolades. Hosted by Steve Rabel and Jordan Babineau, featuring Kenny Mayne, Cal Raleigh, Fred Couples, Jessica Campbell, Gary Payton, and Marshawn Lynch. The 90th annual Sports Star of the Year Award Show presented by Microsoft. Saturday, March 8th at 7 on King 5. Visit seattlesports.org for more.
Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien.
You think your home is pretty cool until that summer heat hits, and suddenly your home isn't that cool. In fact, it's hot. Air conditioning from Washington Energy Services can help. Stay cool this summer with our biggest spring savings event ever. This month only, take up to $4,000 off an energy-efficient Bryant cooling system with exclusive Washington Energy rebates. Ensure your home is always the cool house with air conditioning from Washington Energy Services. Contact us today for a free estimate.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Looking for the perfect engagement ring? At Shane Company, we know this is an exciting time. It can also be overwhelming. Customers say this a lot. Where do I start? How do I choose? At Shane Company, this is where the magic happens. Since 1929, we've been experts at helping customers find the perfect engagement ring. We invite you into the design process, help you pick out the perfect diamond or colorful gemstone, and choose a style that speaks to you. Come see us in store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It is funny, man, this whole it's early thing. People say, oh, it was early last year, and we knew it. Well, didn't they have a 10-game lead in the division in June?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, and it was early. Like, that's kind of just the way baseball is. It's played over 162 games, and I know there's a group of people out there that don't like that and don't want to recognize it, but it remains to be the case. Brock, the story that came out of the Combine had nothing to do with anybody who ran, jumped, threw, lifted, anything else, three-coned, or anything else at the Combine. The biggest story that came out, and yes, maybe I'm chuckling about it a little bit, is the DK Metcalf rumors, which were flying out of Indianapolis. I don't know how real it is. I don't know. I don't know what exactly to believe. Corbin Smith is the guy who's doing most of the reporting on it. And, you know, there is that element of like, okay, does Corbin have better sources than everybody else who covers the NFL? Maybe he does on this. And if he does, it's interesting that he's got the, you know, some real specifics. Green Bay potentially being willing to part with one of their young wide receivers who's not as good as DK, but would give you back somebody so that you didn't need to go spend capital at that position. And a number 23 pick in the draft. You want to do that deal?
Intriguing.
DK for, what is it, Romeo Dobbs and number 23 pick. You in?
I think it's I think that's pretty darn intriguing, Salk. These are always
Easy
hard
answer.
to
Yes.
answer as zero sum.
Yeah, that's an easy
when I
answer.
need to know kind of the rest of the.
That's an easy answer.
picture.
Yes, I absolutely do that. And I don't know what it looks like with, he mentioned a few other teams. Kansas City, Raiders have been named as a possible one. The Patriots aren't giving up the number 5 pick. So, you can, if you're dealing with them, you're probably not going to be able to get as much as with Green Bay and the number 23 pick, and they probably don't have a lot of fits on their roster. So it's hard to see how that one works.
Yeah.
But look, I don't know what's going to happen or whether or not DK is going to get dealt. What I do continue to believe is that the Seahawks have an opportunity to not waste money on a third contract for a wide receiver, to reconfigure their roster, and to make their team and their roster fit the style that they say they want to play. And if you have an opportunity to do that, whether it's at the combine, the draft, or over the next few weeks, they should 100% take the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, Corbin was just getting I don't know, filleted. Yeah, I mean, it was just, and my gut and my sense, this is my gut and my sense, not a source within the Seahawks, but my gut and my sense is that Corbin is absolutely talking to people. People have said that, but the news breakers, right, the Pelisaros and Schefter are just kind of waiting.
Yeah.
Right? That this is just early. And this is not a shot at Corbin at all. But I think that those guys who, are paid to be the news breakers would probably look at that, and I don't think they would disagree with it. I don't think they would minimize it. I would say that's great. This is what happens a lot, right, at the combine. And this is especially what happens, I think, a lot with John Schneider, because John Schneider likes to trade, likes to engage, likes to talk, has done so for decades, and has lots and lots and lots of relationships, Salk, in the league with just about everybody and every deal maker there. So that was kind of my sense of just trying to figure out, man, why were people so angry at Corbin? Like, you're not a newsbreaker, and you're da-da-da. Who do you know?
Because what you're saying is he's reporting rumor rather than, which doesn't happen as much in the NFL. It happens in baseball much more so. You see the report of rumor much more often in baseball.
Yes.
Right? All of the big guys, whether it's Jeff or Buster or Ken Rosenthal, Morosi, they're all pretty willing to report what they've heard. Oh, I'm hearing rumors are this team could.
Some smoke here.
That's sort of part of baseball reporting culture. And it does not seem to be part of the NFL where those same big newsbreakers wait until there's news and then report it. They don't seem to be presenting a lot of smoke. Maybe because it's harder to get deals done. Maybe because the agents are so powerful and using them in different ways. I don't know exactly why, but I think that's a great take on it. I still think there's a very decent chance DK Metcalf gets traded, regardless of whether or not it's to Green Bay or the Raiders or anybody else. Like I've felt this for over a year now. If you want to be one kind of a team, why would you spend those kinds of resources on a player that doesn't necessarily help with the two things you're supposed to be best at? Right? This to me is fairly clear and somewhat simple. Who do you want to be, and how are you going to end up being that?
Yes. But then the challenge is, this is who we want to be. We want to run the ball. We want to pound the football. We want to play complementary ball, all of those things. But we also know that in this system, in that style, you need a home run hitter, right? I mean, you're going to need somebody that can win 3rd and 7+. And when you do get behind the chains because of a holding call, when you do get behind the chains because of a run blitz that hits you right in the mouth, you do need just that difference maker. Now, maybe they gauge that as JSN. If they make this move, that's what they gauge this as. That, okay, Jackson showed this year the promise and why we drafted him with the 20th pick, because he can carry the load. And when DK was out, he can carry the load. And yes, DK, I think, freed him up, took on a lot of double teams, impacted a lot of coverage. But if they were to make that move, I think that is also just as strong a statement that maybe G. Scott, if you were right about DK, maybe G. Scott's right about old Jackson's one of the
He's the best in the world. Maybe. Yes. So, I've said this a million times. I think DK is an excellent player. I think he is an excellent player. And if they were building a team on the passing game, I would say you cannot move on from DK Metcalf, and it's even worth signing him to a 3rd contract. But they continue to say the defense, running the ball, balance, etc., are important to them. So in my mind, this should be a somewhat easy call. Bigger question to me, and maybe the more fun question is, Let's say you were to get back the number 23 pick in the draft and you had 18 and 23. What do you do with them? Like if you were to, okay, we're going to move on from DK Metcalf. Let's say you get back a wide receiver who can at least play the position. Romeo Doubs was the name that he mentioned, so I'll run with that one for now. Do I think he's better than DK? No, that's a downgrade. But at least he's a professional starting wide receiver that you can put opposite JSN.
Is he the one that had multiple concussions?
I think so.
I thought that might have been
The other guy for Green Bay? One of the Green Bay receivers has had some multiple concussions. I know that. That would be the one I'd be a little weary of.
But the argument...
He's a pretty good deep threat, but he does have some drop issues.
That's sort of the conversation. You're going to downgrade, right?
Yes.
Maybe it's a more of an injury risk. Maybe it's a more dropsies.
Yep.
He's not going to be as physically impressive as DK. Nobody is. So, you're going to get a downgrade. But let's say in this deal, you get back somebody who can capably play the position, even though he wouldn't do it at as good as high a level as DK.
Yep.
What are you doing with the number 18 and 23 picks if you know you've got them now?
Yes. How much does that free you up?
By the way, he was the one with 2 concussions.
He was the one with a couple concussions, yeah. It totally then, Salk, frees you up that, you're going to have a line of scrimmage emphasis. But what if you get Gray Zabel and the big guard, Tyler Booker, who didn't have a great running day? What if you get those two dudes? I mean, what if you get just two absolute
What if you get Kenneth Grant
anchors?
and Armand Membu?
That's right. I mean, it just kind of frees you up to get some serious meat and potatoes. I'm talking like ribeye cap, pinwheel. I'm talking about some New York strip.
What if it's your opportunity to get Myles Garrett?
To package both of them?
Maybe. Or, one of them in a second round. I don't know exactly what that looks like. But what if you could then take it and use it as an opportunity to go get Myles Garrett and still have a first-round pick to spend on the offensive line?
Yep.
What if you could end up getting, Gray Zabel and trade the other one and a third-rounder and end up with Myles Garrett?
Yep.
Would you trade DK Metcalf for essentially Romeo Doubs, Myles Garrett, and Gray Zabel?
Sure.
Yes, of course you would.
Yes, you would.
You know what else I would think about doing, assuming I'm not able to make some sort of a Myles Garrett deal? If I have 2 picks in the first round, I'd be real interested in trading my second-round pick for a first-rounder next year. I love having 2 first-round picks. To me, that is the world's greatest thing in the NFL. I saw today Andrew Siciliano saying that this is the first time in 20 years that every single team, as of right now, holds its own pick in the first round of the NFL draft. First time in 20 years that every single team has its own pick. I love having 2 picks in the first round. If I get an opportunity to trade a second rounder to try to get twice into the first round next year, especially knowing what the quarterback class might look like, I'm very, very interested in that.
Okay, so now help me, because I'm sure people on the text toy are texting in. Help me then understand and calibrate why Deebo Samuel went for a 5th-round pick.
I don't know.
Help me try to understand a guy like DK going in the final year of his contract, a guy like DK that is volatile but physical and has some just unique traits.
I think because there's a legitimate chance that Deebo Samuel's toast. He wasn't good last year. He wasn't a good player. Right? I mean, he was hurt. He was in and out. He's been beat up over the course of his career. He's played running back, and that has knocked off some time and longevity for his career. I just don't think he has the same level of value. DK Metcalf, say what you want. He's barely been hurt. He puts up numbers. But DK's a better player right now.
It's funny. Deebo's really only had one big year in his career. He had that one big year, and aside from that...
And I'm a huge Deebo fan. I think he's a really good player in his own way. I love watching him. But I don't think that in a trade scenario he's worth even close to what DK is when you're projecting forward. Who's going to have the best next 3 years, DK Metcalf or Deebo Samuel? I don't even think that's a question. They're not close.
Do you worry about DK's value at all? Because speaking of Siciliano, he's tweeted out some of the receivers that have been traded in the last year. And look, these guys are much older and on the other end of the hill compared to where DK is, but there hasn't been huge returns for receivers.
But all those guys, as you just said, were older and on the other side of the hill.
So Deebo turned 29 in January. DK's 27, turns 28 in December, right? So 2 years older is Deebo, and that absolutely has some bearing. I think that wear and tear you talk about of being such a physical guy and a jet sweep guy, and his value comes from not necessarily him as a route runner or a vertical threat. It comes as a much more horizontal, which is an absolutely perfect fit for Washington.
Mm-hmm.
My goodness gracious. When I saw that, I'm like, well, I hope he goes to Houston. Get him out of this NFC. Certainly, if it's Washington and Houston, get him to Houston, for crying out loud. They don't. And Washington is going to be better for it because that skill set's going to fit very, very well. But with that, still just a fifth round.
Yeah.
Just a fifth round.
But I'm not that surprised by that. Are you? Plus, he tanked his value in the trade market by asking for a trade. Like once the player wants out and they're looking for a trade, everyone else is like, oh, I'm not going to give anything up for him, or certainly not much.
Yeah.
You know, Rayshon Jenkins may end up getting cut today. And part of the reason why you can't get anything back for him is that everyone knows he's out there looking for a deal.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't necessarily see the Debo deal as a value setter for DK.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see it that way at all. I think he's worth a lot more.
When your real estate broker came over and said, okay, here's the comps.
Yeah.
Throw that fourth one out. That thing is no way. I don't like how it diminishes the value of that at all. That's you don't understand. That's in the wrong cul-de-sac, right? that one's got some real issues with that. Throw that comp out the window. Yeah, I think if you're the Seahawks, I don't even think they have to work that hard on it. DK and Debo are different players.
Mm-hmm.
DK has been a 1, a real threat of a 1. A coverage impactor as a 1 is a big vertical threat, and those are a lot harder to find than I think the Debo Samuels are.
Who they were just talking about maybe cutting. I mean, like, it's just a different thing. I can't tell you today whether or not DK Metcalf's going to get traded before the start of next season, but I don't think Corbin's insane.
I don't
I'll tell you
either.
that much. I think that there's a lot of smoke there, and I think there's a reason why, because it's the same logic that has appealed to me since the beginning.
Yes.
It doesn't make a tremendous amount of sense to pay DK Metcalf a ton of money if you're the Seahawks. And if you're not going to spend a ton of money on a guy who's worth a lot of money, it does make sense to trade him to somebody who is, so that you get something back. And if you can get a first rounder, yeah, I'm all in on that. 100%. Yes.
And by the way, also know how this organization operates.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why a Jay Glazer or a Pelissaro or a Schefter, like, they don't talk. They are Fort Knox. So I can pretty much guarantee that Corbin's hearing things from the peripheral of the Seahawks, or hearing things from the other side and some of those other teams that might be a little leaky with that information. But there is smoke to this one. This is not Geno Smith. This has a little more Russell Wilson feel to it, where everybody was shocked because until that deal was done, nobody on the outside knew.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Well, you mentioned Geno, Brock. Matt Stafford signs a deal, or is ready to now sign a deal. They've agreed in principle to something, but we still don't know any of the details. What will that mean for the Geno Smith?
I think quite a bit, man. Yeah,
you got your number out there, 42.5.
I do, and I've been working I've worked the phones over this weekend trying to figure out, does anybody know those numbers? And it's interesting, just talking to the hitman last night. Had a great conversation with Brady, and just like, he too was a little surprised, because usually, Salk, what do agents want to do when a deal gets done? They want to celebrate it. Look how good a deal we did. Look at all these numbers. Even if these numbers are just kind of fake numbers and there's built-in, escalators or stuff on the back end of it that you're never going to see, what do agents typically do? Agents usually get those numbers out. The fact that neither side has really put these out, the Rams have not, the agent has not, through kind of, sources that are usually linked to both team and or agent, is a little surprising. So I'm trying to work a few different angles to see if we can, because I do think that maybe unlike the Debo and DK, I think there is a pretty decent comp here with Stafford. A little bit older, highly, highly productive, even more productive, playoffs, Super Bowl win there with the Rams. So whatever that number is, DK is going to come underneath that. So I hope that becomes a little more public. I certainly hope this week they can get something done with Geno, because that sets the table for everything else.
All right. Question number 2. All right, Doug Baldwin's not walking back through that door. Tyler Lockett's probably about to walk out that door. Brock, did you find your next guy to be the next Lockett, to be the next Baldwin, to be the next dynamic, fast, quick off the line Seahawks receiver?
Mm-hmm.
I think I know who it is.
And I think when we chat with Daniel Jeremiah at the end of March, and we have our, 5-6 sessions with him before the draft and the one after the draft, I think he's going to mention this name as well, Jalen Noel. It looks like Noel. Jalen Noel out of Iowa State. 5'10", 195 pounds. Doug Baldwin, 5'10", 194 pounds. Doug was a pretty good bench press guy. Now, Doug didn't get to go to the combine. Doug was not even drafted. He was an undrafted free agent. This dude's going to be drafted. Let me just rattle off the numbers of this guy, who, by the way, was a huge part in Iowa State getting to a Big 12 title game. I mean, a huge part, like Breece Hall was, and others have been at Iowa State, Brock Purdy, to elevate that program. So is this kid. He is an absolute muscle ball. 23 times in the bench press. That was 4 more than number 2. And number 2 was a converted tight end named Jack Besh, who went for kind of an H-back tight end slot receiver. 23 reps at 225, number 1. Number 1 with a 41.5-inch vertical. Body control and power and twitch for days. Number 1 was an 11'2" broad jump. 5'10", like a cat. He jumped 11'2" in a broad jump. That's not normal. 4.39 40. That's top 10 as well. None of these things are normal. And Daniel tweeted out last night, like, to be number one, top 5, like that just doesn't happen. No, by the way, the play is awesome as well. Slot receiver, dynamo, unbelievable body control, unbelievable hands and hops.
What round's he going?
Yeah, I think he's going to be a top 3 round guy now for sure. Second round, I don't know, but I think it just paid off. What the combine does is it pays off the tape you see. This guy's tape was great. This guy elevated over people. This guy ran by people. And now you know why. Because those numbers absolutely back it up as well.
All right, question number 3. How about the other side of that, Brock? The combine can give and it can taketh away. Who did it taketh away from?
Oh, our buddy Will.
Yeah, that's rough. Not what you needed.
He had kind of a rough one, and it's it's funny. This
people should know you're talking about Will Howard, the quarterback at
Ohio State. Yeah, I mean he's just getting. Poor him and Corbin were the ones over the weekend that were just getting
destroyed.
Yes, and this comes down to actually the difference between process and results, because Will Howard's process. And I think even Kurt Warner said it down there on the field, like the work that Jake did with him over the last couple of months down in L.A. Jake Heaps. You could see it. His footwork, his release, a lot of those things were really clean, getting under center, doing stuff that he never really did much before. So all the process looked really good. Just the results of trying to hit targets and guys that he had never really thrown with before.
It was pretty rough.
It was not.
It was rough. He missed every throw.
He didn't miss every throw.
Pretty close.
But compared to his peers, and that was the thing. Like people, and I saw Shedeur Sanders come into his defense. Like, you all don't know. Even you did. And you're like, well, this is why they don't throw. Yeah, but on the other side, Quinn Ewers and Jackson Dart, and by the way, Tyler Shuck, who threw it better than anybody else. You know what they did? They hit those targets.
Yeah.
So it'd be one thing if Quinn Ewers hit those targets. It'd be one thing if every guy, struggled in that way. But when the others find a way to kind of calibrate, I told this to Titus the other day on Saturday morning. I'm like, hey, bro, like I know you really like to throw that deep ball like that, and you know what? If that's the 1 receiver, the 2 receiver, that's great. You know what happens when it's the 12th receiver that runs a 5.2? It's 8 yards past him.
Right.
So know who you're throwing to. And I think that was some of the disconnect.
Now, some of the opposite of the advice you gave to Jackson the other day.
To Jackson.
That's my buddy Joel's kid. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour. Or I'm sorry, that's Blue 88. I got a little confused there. Yeah, no, I went to go watch.
He wasn't at the Kraken Ice Rink, was he?
No, he was not.
We got to say this every hour. We got to get a Kraken Ice Rink.
I went up. I got to watch the flag football game.
Friday Night Lights.
10U flag football in Phoenix. Under the lights. 12 fields.
Oh, yeah.
Brock, 12 games going on
So
at
we got
once.
a lot of space out there.
It's 12 games going on at once. It was insanity. Jackson was actually really good. He was the best player on his team, best player in the field that I saw.
Whoa.
A lot of tears in 10U. Yeah, all in every game I watched.
There's no crying in 10U.
There was a
football?
tremendous amount of crying in 10U football. I was shocked at how many crying over playing time, crying over refs, crying over I was shocked. Not Jackson, thankfully, but there was a lot of crying. Every game, every team had some level of crying. Is that normal?
No.
Are 10-year-old boys more emotionally unstable than 10-year-old girls?
I don't think
Because
so.
I don't see a lot of crying in Cecily's games.
No. Did you ask Joel about it?
Yeah, he's like, yeah, there's a lot of crying.
There's a lot of crying?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
He was like, yeah, it's not an unusual feat. And by the way, there was crying in a game that they won by 30 points. Like, it wasn't close. It wasn't just losing.
So just one quick question.
Why is there so much crying?
One quick question. You sent me the audio, the video that had some audio included.
Yes.
One quick question.
Yeah.
Joel, you said your buddy?
Yeah.
He's an assistant coach?
He helps.
So at one point, I can hear very clearly in the audio before the play.
Yeah.
He says to Jackson, highlight reel.
Yep.
Is that the name of the play?
No, he knew that I was filming, so he was like, here's your chance for a highlight reel.
Okay, all right.
I was shocked, though, at the amount, like how disorganized a lot of it was. The kids would be like, what position? Like, go do this. Who's the quarterback? Whoever wants to be. Like, oh, okay. Like, there was a lot of it that was not quite like you see in the NFL.
I feel a little better. I wanted the facts. I was kind of judging.
Did that help?
That does help.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Joel knew that I was filming that play, and so he's like, "Here's your chance for a highlight reel."
No, I'd be more bothered if the father has a play for his son.
No. Joel does not call plays or anything like that. Joel sits on the sideline and helps console the kids that are crying. Let's come right back with Shannon Drayer. She's got a lineup for today, and guess what, Brock? Jorge Polanco is in it.
Thought so.
You'll hear more next on Brock and Salk.
Bingo.
4 down territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What part of football has changed, and do you like it?
2-point conversions. Like, we are chasing points. The game has changed. 2-point conversions and 4th downs. So we're seeing coaches dive into the data like a lot of people do with baseball. And I like it, and it is weird at the same time because I'm not used to seeing these 4th down conversions or attempts and these 2-point conversions.
4 down territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. So glad, so thankful that Molly and I made the call. Had heard so many First Mark Challenge victories, we needed to take that challenge. What does happen from your perspective when that caller, when that email, when that person reaches out to you for a First Mark Challenge victory?
That's a great question. So there's several steps we go through in the process. The first step is we're going to gather information, find out all we can about that client and what their needs are. The next step is we will go out to the market. We have dozens and dozens of carriers that will compete for the business. At the end of that process, we will then bring those findings back to the customer, show them what we found, and who the eventual winner was in that competition.
And it may be who they're with.
It might be, yes. And sometimes that's the best we can do is recommend they stay where they are, but maybe modify a few coverages to put them in a better position.
So go take that challenge today. Go be the next First Mark Challenge victory. It costs you nothing, and they will be there with you every step of the way. FirstMarkInsurance.com. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date. Your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected. Your floor mats are cleaned and delivered. And your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
It's the granddaddy of them all, the Seattle RV Show, March 6th through 9 at Lumen Field Event Center. Hundreds of new models, over 1,000 floor plan options from over 50 manufacturers. It's your best chance to save all year. Tickets at SeattleRVShow.com, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello. Welcome to the Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims like Sean, who was rear-ended in a car accident.
They're just easy to work with. They're fast. I like the fact that he had military service. I can see a lot of Marine in Rob. He's very in charge, really gets things done. But I didn't have to do anything. He offered me a settlement, had a number in my head, was nearly double that. I would refer absolutely anybody to Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jim Pewter just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to choose you on there.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now, here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello!
A lot of people, Brock, a lot of people weighing in to say, yeah, the 10-year-old boys cry a lot more.
Oof.
Yeah, I coach middle school boys and girls. I can confirm a lot more crying with the boys. I coach 10-year-old boys. They're crying all the time. Got a text from a mutual friend, Brock, who said, oh, yeah, constant crying and sulking is rampant in boys 10U. Really? Can't handle failure. Biggest challenge in coaching baseball so far. Yep. I do wonder, and this is a huge guess because I think girls watch so much more sports than they used to, but I wonder if because the 10-year-old boys watch more pro sports, they get frustrated that they can't live up to that. They're expecting to be able to do the same things. I don't know, but it's maybe something we can figure out. I'll tell you what, let's go down and talk to Shannon Drayer in Arizona. Good morning, Shannon. Do you miss us yet?
Yeah, I went out back. You weren't there. It was really sad. And now you're, really kind of, it's a tough transition.
I know it is. Well,
you feel like the whole clubhouse, players, organization, you feel like they're missing kind of a void?
Well, I think that's why they're taking the day off tomorrow, to be honest with you.
Makes sense. Yeah. Makes perfect sense. I can see how it would be hard for them to function without us there. It looks like Jorge Polanco, though, is not going to have a problem. He's going to get himself into the lineup for the first time today. DHing, what's the expectation for Polanco today?
Well, hopefully get a few at-bats, get his legs under him. They do have the off day tomorrow, so I was curious to see if they'd put him in the lineup at all, and I think they're kind of doing the half and half. They're not going to put him out in the field. They will let him get his at-bats, and then we're expecting to see him in the field sometime next week. But, it's been a little bit of a slow go with the work that he's been doing, but huge step that he is getting into a game. Now, you want to see him at third base. Still has plenty of time to get comfortable over there, but I think every game is starting to get important.
Does it feel like opening day is a little earlier than it's been in the past, or is it always kind of that last week of March? Like Salk rattled that out. What's opening?
27th, but that started a couple of years ago.
Right. I mean, and all of a
Yeah,
sudden,
no, they pushed everything back so that they could get a couple extra days during the season. So I think this is kind of the new norm. But yeah, I mean, it was not unheard of to have a April 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th in the past. But, the other thing is another week from now, you're going to be hearing nothing but spring training is far too long. So I don't think anybody has any problem starting up as early as they do, especially when they have the luxury of starting at home, which the Mariners usually do.
How good was Logan yesterday?
Logan was, fantastic. I think he is what you expect from him at this point. He has just been so solid and so prepared. And, the one thing that has really struck me more than anything else in this camp is I'm blown away by the pitching. And I see them all the time. But to come into camp, you're accustomed to seeing guys not like in the old days when they were really working their way into game readiness, but there is some sort of ramp up, and Logan looked mid-season yesterday, and as good as you've ever seen him. And you can say that about just about everybody up and down the rotation. I mean, even Luis Castillo, who's not adding anything, we're seeing the velocity from him that we don't usually see at this time of the spring. This is usually the time of the year where a lot of people are freaking out that he's throwing 90, and that's not happening. And we're seeing it on other teams, too. There was a game 2 days ago, I think it was against the White Sox, where their starter was throwing 99 in the first inning. And it's just like, well, I don't know what the hitters can do in the offseason to counter that, but, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that helps them get going a little bit more. But pitching is just different level right now. And, you really think that the Mariners starters in particular are at the top of the mountain.
Shannon, if you walked across the field to the Padres side of things and their operations, do you ever do that? Have you done that much in your career?
It's been a long time since I've done that, but I have, yes.
If you were to do that, do you think their whole setup is very similar to the Mariners as far as those bullpens, as far as the TrackMan on every mound, as far as those TVs? I mean, the Mariners renovated. It was different last year, right? They kind of had one big screen and everything else. And obviously kudos to Jack Mosselman and the whole team over there of just kind of revamping that facility, state of the art when it comes to so much of that technology. Do you think that that's uncommon? Or do you think it's, I think every or most of the organizations have that same thing at their disposal?
I think it is more common now because it has to be, but I don't think it is in every organization, and I think it will be soon. My understanding is with the batting cages in particular, it's the Yankees and the Blue Jays who are absolutely cream of the crop and the best of the best. And the Mariners' new setup with the cages is right there with them, is kind of what the reviews have been. And I can't imagine the pitchers have absolutely everything they need. And I'm glad you brought that up because Justin and I walked through the whole setup a couple of days ago. I had Jack Mosselman, who designed all of this, walk me through it, explain everything. We're going to have a video. And so if you can't be down here and you can't get behind the scenes, we go into the cages. We show you that technology. We show you the changes that they've made. But on the pitching side, what I like, and when you look at it, is it's evolved from what they have been doing. I mean, you look over at the plyo walls, and that's just got Logan Gilbert written all over it like 3 years ago. But everybody's doing that stuff now, too. So I do think that others do it, and I was talking with Mitch Garver a couple of days ago about how the pitchers are inventing the pitches and coming up with the new pitches. And I said, is this just out of the ordinary? And he said, in this day and age anymore, no, it's happening in other camps too. And they see it on the other side. So I think, the Mariners have been at the forefront of it. But I think teams know they have to catch up. All the technology is available to everybody. Although you have to have people who can coach it. You have to have people who, are open to using it. And that rotation certainly is. The bullpen is too, and what we have seen. And it's just, as far as the Mariners go, everything's built on that pitching, and they are going to give them the best of the best. And that facility certainly looks like that right now.
Hey, a guy that was talked about a lot a week or so ago, and then, I don't know, when we were down there, he's not playing the field, so maybe it didn't jump out to me as much. He had a nice at bat and a big hit yesterday. Where do you think Cole Young is at? This is one of the guys that was, hey, if he runs with it, maybe he could be here in the opening day roster. Where do you think he's at right now?
Well, he had a little bit of a setback because he had some arm soreness, so he was out for a little bit. But I think that they are very high on him. They do want to give him, everything that they possibly can in this camp. And I think that, what we were hearing and that he could be in the mix from day one. I think that was probably a little bit more for the players' sake. I think ideally, he's close. He's very close. But I think ideally with this kind of player, this isn't somebody that you would bring up to platoon at second base or just to get his feet wet. This is somebody that you want to get going and then bring up and that you are going to probably insert into the position, hoping that this is it and he goes and it's his position. So I think along those lines, I think you see something a little bit more traditional where the preference is start them in the minor leagues, get them comfortable, get them hitting, and then bring them up when they are ready rather than when there is a need. And not let them have to get their feet wet at the big league level at the beginning of a season right away.
So I'll give any more baseball. I got two personal questions.
No, I'd like to
Shannon.
hear personal. Yeah.
Personal questions.
Generally,
Okay.
let's get to the personal.
All right.
Yeah.
Have the old man Muppets made their appearance?
They have, yes.
And?
They are, they crack me up. They have a very regimented agenda when they get to town. They do travel in the pack of three.
Okay.
And when I got to the house yesterday, I saw the stuff had been dropped off. I knew exactly where they were. They were down the street at the QT picking up all of the snacks.
Right,
For them, everything is snack-based. First and foremost, you have to go get the snacks. And it's all planned out very carefully. We have got at least 3 different varieties of pretzels. Lefko is very, very sad about the new Dots pretzel. The barbecue just did not stand up. And he believes he is a foodie and a pretzel authority. We'll let him think that. And then because, they are, nighttime people because, that's where kind of part of it's a little bit shocking. Bob, of course, he did not get all the sleep the night before because they had a flight and he had to get up bright and early at 8:15, I think, yesterday.
Oh, my gosh.
But they did stay.
How much did he complain about that?
Not much because he was so tired, I think. They did stay up all night, and I'm just hearing these strange sounds, and all of a sudden, they were playing pool early in the night, and I'm doing kind of my pre-work. I'm like, what is going on out there? They found the ping pong table. They are dragging the pieces of the ping pong table out, and you have to put it together, and they're trying to line up everything perfectly, and it was, so they played ping pong for another couple of hours, so yeah, they had to get all the toys out.
Okay, and then lastly, very quickly here, and I think Salk would be in agreement with me on this, maybe more, I don't know. Please don't make that lemon curd cheesecake for them.
Yeah.
Just leave that
I'd like
as
that
a
to be
one and done.
ours.
Yeah, just please.
I would like to have some level of ownership over that and make it ours if that's
Maybe that's
possible.
selfish. Maybe that's self-serving.
That's the official cheesecake of the Brock and Salk.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think I would like, yes. That's exactly right. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Done.
And really, I would say not just.
I'll give you guys that.
How about the exclusive cheesecake?
Exclusivity.
I think we would like some exclusivity on that. Shannon, thank you. Have fun with those guys. We will talk to them this week, and I'm sure we'll talk to you as well. As always, our conversations with our Mariners insider, Shannon Drayer, powered by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Shannon, thanks. We'll talk soon.
You got it, guys.
All right, there you go. There goes Shannon Drayer. We'll be right back with everything you need to know, including the potential for some Seahawks roster moves today. That's next on Brock and Salk.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
We are now speaking with the architect of your Seattle Seahawks.
How we doing, football fans? With Seahawks President of Football Operations and General Manager John Schneider.
My job is to do what's best for the Seattle Seahawks organization. I have to keep wrapping my mind around that and trying to communicate effectively.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
What's the standard the Seahawks defense needs to be held to under Mike McDonald?
The John Schneider Show.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
Stewart here, and I have had a couple sports injuries over the years. I know a little bit about pain, those things that happen on the field, off the field, the wear and tear, but you don't have to play pro sports to know what I'm talking about. I know many of you that hear my voice this morning, you wake up with painful joints from arthritis, and it can affect anyone and make it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that is where my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine over there in Kirkland, that is where he comes to play. He has seen so many patients through the years suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis. So don't let pain stop you from your quality of life. Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques. Yes, many have jumped aboard lately, but for Dr. Nelson, this has been his business for over 30 years. And he's got a lot of tools, including stem cell therapy, a non-surgical solution to pain using using your own stem cells and platelet-rich plasma to harness your body's healing potential. Consider that and so much more with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Give him a buzz at 425-823-4000. He's waiting for you at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, because this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For over 55 years, you've trusted us for roofing, siding, windows, decking, and gutters. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors.
Windows are a home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save over $1,000 in your first year versus other major carriers. Plus, ask how to get iPhone 16e on us. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual savings vary.
For down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Seattle, it's almost showtime at T-Mobile Park. Be here when the action gets started March 27th with Mariners opening day, featuring a ceremonial first pitch from Hall of Famer Ichiro. The fun continues with Randy Arozarena crossed-armed hoodie night March 28th and Hello Kitty bucket hat night March 29th. Then don't miss the 3-day Julio bat flip bobble giveaway March 31st to April 2nd with tickets starting at $10. So get ready, get set, Mariners baseball is finally on deck. Grab your tickets at mariners.com.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning. Your crown is disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I was losing my identity altogether. Well, I've got some good news. It's a simple one-day treatment that worked for me. The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. It starts growing new hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly memberships. Those can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair in specific areas like I did? You decide how how much, how thick, and where. From advanced hair's state-of-the-art facilities to the world-class leading doctors like Dr. Perungo, it's not a maybe your hair will grow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and they are the team that I personally recommend. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, the Mariners just keep pitching. You heard Shannon talk about how good they've all been, and they were over the weekend. Brian Wu, in his first start, dominant. Emerson Hancock, pretty good Saturday, and he showed off his new pitch, a sweeper. Logan Gilbert, tremendous yesterday, 2 2/3, 1 walk. No hits, struck out a pair, Shannon said, mid-season form. So the defense or the pitching has all just been phenomenal. For the offense, yeah, it's taken quite what it was a few days ago. Las Montez destroyed a home run, another one over the weekend. That was on Saturday and Sunday. Yesterday, Colt Emerson, how about finishing off a 14-pitch at bat? Dan Wilson impressed.
Yeah, I mean, he got some tough pitches. He was able to foul them off and you know, give the pitcher a little bit of credit. He wasn't putting it down the middle of the plate. And Colt, I thought the ball he hit down the line was pretty impressive. It had the home run distance just a little bit foul, and then he did a couple over on that side, too. He was just locked in, and that's great to see when his bat comes around like that.
Yeah, you want one other nice thing to see, Brock? How about the youngster, Felnin Celestine, getting into a game and doing this?
The 3-2 on the way, swinging a line drive into the gap in right center field. This one will go all the way to the fence. Scoring is Hunt. Locklear to third being waved in. He will score. Celestine at his second base with a 2-out, 2-run double. The Mariners are still fighting back. And it's now the White Sox 18 and the Mariners 9. Man, that kid is something.
Battling back from an 18-1 hole they were in. So
that's spring training type of game for you.
Yes.
But, I mean, good on him. It's nice to see him at, what, age 18, 19, whatever he is?
He's
coming
19,
out and doing that.
yeah. Lyle and I walked into the cage on Friday, actually. Thursday or Friday. Again, days all run together. And you could hear somebody. Yeah, it was Friday, right? Because it was the night game, so the youngsters were all in there early. We got to watch them do their bullpens and on the big field and into the cages. And Lyle said, he's like, yeah, you can hear one bat that's different. When the ball comes off of his bat, it is different than every one of those minor leaguers in camp. It is unique.
Isn't that crazy how that happens? How some guys can just sound different? Yep. It is really one of the more remarkable things about baseball. Is like, oh yeah, it sounds different coming off that guy's bat. Anyway, they'll take on Cleveland today. We did get a roster or a lineup. Mitch Garver is back catching today, and yes, we will see Jorge Polanco as the DH for the first time
Are you kind of curious, intrigued
spring.
how long these young guys are going to stick around in Major League Camp?
Yeah.
They kind of had their first roster moves over the weekend as well, some pitchers and anything else
I think
reassigned.
they like having these guys around. I think they've been pretty good.
Montez and Emerson.
Yeah.
Keep them around as long as possible.
Keep them around for a little while longer. Absolutely.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Combine finishing up today. It was great to see all the big fellas really kind of living up to the billing, whether it was Armand Membu, Brock, who dominated in a lot of ways. Gray Zabel was very, very good. He was the leader in the highest vertical. I know
that would be 36 and a half inches.
Yeah.
It's 6'6", 312 pounds.
How is that real?
6'6", 312, and jumped
The other guy, Membu,
36
jumped
and a half.
34 inches, and he weighs 325 pounds. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, they're just different, man. They're big old athletes. They're Dwayne Browns, right? I saw a graphic there with Will Campbell, the tackle out of LSU, and Membu. As far as their 40 times and their vertical at 300 and whatever they were plus, yeah, it's only Trent Williams and Wirfs, the tackle, that have done that before.
Crazy.
And have those guys been pretty good players?
Yeah, Lane Johnson, too, right, was the other one who had a better, only one who
40
had a better
time.
40
Sure.
time.
Yep.
Yeah, you're talking about putting them up against some pretty impressive
Spectacular
names.
athletes.
Yeah, very impressive. Speaking of names, Seahawks are going to have to make a couple of moves soon with a few of them, Brock.
I think today. I think honestly, I think that there will be a sense of timing today, tomorrow, this week. I think, I know you're going to see Roy Robertson Harris. That cap number is not sustainable. I believe Rayshon Jenkins will also be released. Tyler Lockett, probably not with those guys when that happens. How that happens, he's going to have, I think, a little different level of respect. And then keep an eye on Dre Jones as well. I mean, you could see some significant – that's why Schneider always kind of smirks at these salary cap numbers, and you're this many million over the cap and that many million over the cap. You make a couple of these moves, you're going to be way under the cap.
Speaking of moves, a lot of conversation in Indy about whether or not they will be making a move with their top wide receiver, DK Metcalf. According to Corbin Smith, the Packers have had some significant conversations with the Seahawks. He mentioned the Bills, the Chiefs. I saw the Raiders as well. Could all be in the mix if they decide to go that route. And you'll wonder about what that looks like, especially after Deebo Samuel gets dealt over the weekend for just a 5th-round pick.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
The Kraken salvaged some dignity after their blowout loss in St. Louis. They bounced back and actually win a big one at home against Vancouver, score 6 goals, 2 for Eli Tolvanen. Then they recalled goalie Philip Grubauer after that game, so they'll be back. He'll be reunited with his friends, and they'll host Minnesota tomorrow. And then, Brock, I'm sorry, I really am pretty surprised to see the Pete Rose story come out. That was a bit out of nowhere for me. Why are we now talking about allowing Pete Rose to be eligible for the Hall of Fame again?
I think he was pardoned, right? I think the president pardoned him. I think then there's been some thought and movement in baseball, and Manfred is the one who brings us up, that, you know, they didn't give him that honor while he was alive, but the numbers and what he did as a player were that extraordinary that maybe in death they can put him in, which doesn't feel particularly right. If you didn't want him in while he was living, I don't know if I feel great about putting him in once he passes away.
This one's a hard pass for me, man. Absolutely not. You just cannot ever bet on the sport that you play. You just can't. People have to know at the core of sports that this isn't
the competition.
That it's not wrestling.
Yeah.
I mean, say what you want about the guys who did. That's everything you need to know. Say what you want about the guys who did steroids, but at least when you're watching the game, there's a legitimate competition going on between two teams. That's why I think the Tim Donaghy story was always bigger than the Barry Bonds story or any of those things. Like, that's the fabric of what makes us watch sports. If you don't need that, then watch John Cena do a heel turn this weekend. I'm sorry. I can't go along with it. I'm out. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk
You know
Show.
who was in? Hawkblogger was in. All
on Pete
combine.
Rose?
No, all combine long. Like a lot of them left. It's those poor linemen. It was so sad. Like this is the meat and potatoes. It's just a difference. And I was looking at like Radio Row. Like it's scattered. People just left. As far as the interviews and everything else for the big guys, like it got real quiet. But not the guy that's going to join us next, man. He stuck around for all of it. And had eyes all over all of these different prospects. And as did I, man. I bet you I watched 3, 4, 5 hours of combine this weekend.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's a lot of combine.
Yeah.
That's a lot of combine. Well, I'll ask you guys questions about it because I did not. That's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
I'm at the gym. I be low key at the gym. I be hat on, hooded on, headphones in.
So
I don't
no
talk
one
to
recognizes you? Are you a celebrity?
No.
Stop. You got sunglasses on too?
I just get in my zone and block everybody out. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
But I couldn't block this out.
Okay.
One day I'm looking at this guy and he's wearing a Kobe jersey. So I'm really feeling him. I go, that's my guy right there. He doesn't even know. Then I walk in today and my man has on a Larry Bird jersey. And I stopped my workout. I went over him. I go, hey, bro. Sir. I go, hey, you can't do that.
Streaming on your smart speaker.
All right, let's talk stats. U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, state of Washington ranks number 4 in the whole country in the highest concentration of roofers. Yeah, there's literally thousands to choose from here. So how do you pick? Well, let's go through it. Let's go process of elimination. Start by eliminating anybody who's not GAF Master Elite certified. That'll take out 97%. Now you're down to the Elite 3%. Okay, well, how many have over 35 years of experience? How many use the catch-all system, which makes your driveway or your yard are totally clear of debris? How many are family-owned? How many have local roots? How many have the stamp of approval from my household, the Salk household itself? Yep, that's going to leave you with one. Riverside Roofing, the roofing company you can trust. In a sea of literally thousands of competitors, Riverside Roofing does continue to stand out. And guess what? They got openings right now for your roof project, so have them out to your house this week. Call 425-949-8252. When you talk to them, mention my name, mention the station, and you'll get $1,000 off a roof replacement. How about that? Yep, 425-949-8252 or riversideroofingllc.com. That's why they're the roofing company you can trust.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory is a little different. We actually reach out to the small business world, to Joel Taylor and Sean O'Donnell from Sean O'Donnell's Restaurants. Sean, when Joel brought this to you, the idea of why don't we take this First Mark Challenge victory, what was your thought?
My goal was to save some money and to simplify our operations. We've got 6 locations now, and along with that comes complications. And when things get complicated, things that are important get forgotten. First Mark was able to simplify that and also save us money.
Not only have they saved us money, they helped us identify some blind spots in our policies. Their service team has been phenomenal, unparalleled in my experience, given us a lot more solutions with better coverage, and just made too much sense.
First Mark's just made it easy for us.
So if you're a business owner and your insurance is in need of simplifying and streamlining and eliminate the stress, do what Sean O'Donnell's Restaurants did. Reach out to First Mark Insurance. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance, your teammate in the business world too. Going to work for you.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, Dream Engagement Rings are our specialty. We have the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds, hand-picked in every price range, ready to compare side by side. Shop online at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Washington State ranks number 5 in the country for auto theft. The most high-risk vehicles are Kia, Hyundai, Ford F-150, F-250, and F-350. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been involved in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you with an aggressive team dedicated to securing the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal. Fighting for you.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Meat and potatoes, it's what Brock cooked for us last week. And by the way, Brock's really, really good at this. Have you ever thought about that as like a kind of second career deal? Like maybe or third or fourth or fifth career, whatever you're going to be on? Maybe cooking more often?
Actually, no.
You're good at it, though.
Yeah, that's fun.
I don't know, man. You make some pretty good steak. The potatoes were good. I'm not a huge mushrooms guy, but the mushrooms were really good. Like, might be something for you to think about. Anyway, meat and potatoes, not just what you were making for us on the grill the other night, but also what's available in this year's draft. So all the big people were out there working out at the Combine in Indianapolis, and Brian Nemhauser was there, known as Hawkblogger, of course. Brian, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. Welcome back to the Pacific Northwest.
Thank you. Yes, it's good to be here. What was the big takeaway from the big people? Let's start offensively. What did you make of the offensive lineman?
Man, I don't know if I've ever had more fun watching big offensive linemen do on-field drills than yesterday. I mean, that was some of those guys put on a show out there, and I think one of the big takeaways is that there are a lot of options for the Seahawks who really need interior offensive line, and there's a lot of depth there. So I think there's a few different combinations when you talk about free agency and then you talk about this draft class where I think the Seahawks offensive line could take a massive leap, just like Daniel Jeremiah said on your show, a while ago.
So what do you do? Is you look at those young guys and you allocate your resources. Do you allocate them to Drew Dahlman, the free agent center out of Atlanta, who's so well-versed in this system and can hit the ground running and maybe lead some of the other new pieces? Josh Myers, the center out of Green Bay, that obviously also is a pretty darn good run blocker. Or do you just say, no, we're going to take a couple of these difference makers maybe in the first 2, 3, 4 rounds?
Yeah, Brock, that was one of my big questions, and I've kind of been poking at Mike McDonald and John Schneider about this for a while. And so John Schneider spoke at the Combine on the podium, then we talked to him off to the side, and one of the questions I asked him was, hey, this is a young offensive line. How important is it to get some, experience in there versus just having a rookie get at it? And he says it's really important. And that combined with some of the things he said regarding, he didn't talk a lot about Olu Oluwatimi, that both he and Mike McDonald mentioned Jalen Sundell more than they mentioned Olu Oluwatimi. And so I'm putting 2 and 2 together. I think Drew Dahlman's their top free agent target. I think he's plan A, probably plan B as well. I think they're going to try to spend real money to get him. And I think if you get him, then you really have set up your draft to take whoever the best offensive lineman you want to take. Maybe not with your first pick, but maybe in the second round at 50 and still have a just significantly better offensive line. If you want to get really aggressive, you take Drew Dahlman in free agency and then you add a guy like maybe if you get lucky, Armand Membu comes in and can play guard for you. Maybe you get a Donovan Jackson. I think Will Campbell realistically could fall to the Seahawks at 18, and I think could be one of the best guards in football. I think there's a lot of really good options.
Is there one of those guys, and I know Gray Zabel's been another name that's been out there as well, is there one that when we get to April you're going to be going, man, fall, please be there at number 18. This is the one that really will be a game changer for the Seahawks offensive line?
I mean, Armand Membu. This has been my guy from the beginning, and you're talking about a guy that's just massive. He's 332 pounds, and he broke 5 flat in the 40 yesterday. He moves, and you put him. He's so powerful. You watch his tape against Oklahoma. He is just planting guys. He's also a great guy. Has long arms. He's got the whole package. He can be one of the best right tackles in football. He can also be one of the best guards. And so the best thing there is, if you can get a guy that can be your starting guard, and in case something happens with Abe Lucas, you can have as good or maybe even a better right tackle. That's a best case scenario. I don't think that's going to happen. I think he's going to be a top 10 pick at this point. So outside of him, I think Will Campbell might be one of the best other options, at least in the first round. But there's a few guys that could be in that list for the second round that are pretty exciting as well. I think Gray Zabel, I have a little question about first round all the way to 18, but like Donovan Jackson, Tate Ratledge, Jonas Avenaya, these are guys that you could get potentially in the second round that would be day one starters.
Does it feel like Hawkblogger here with us? I tweeted this, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, just looking at some of the free agent lists, looking at some of this draft class through the Senior Bowl, and now we got the Combine, and here come the personal workouts. Does it feel like for the first time in some time that actually the market conditions and the available supply of big people actually line up with the Seahawk needs, maybe in ways they have not for a number of years?
In the draft, 100%. 100%. I think it was a little bit of a hit to the free agent class when Trey Smith, was tagged by the Chiefs. That's one less, great interior offensive lineman out there, and that's going to mean that's going to bump up the competition for some of these other guys. But, a name I don't know how much you guys have talked about that I've warmed to is Will Fries, who's, I think a really good fit for this kind of zone blocking offense.
He's the guard he's the guard from Indy, right? They got banged up last year. Yeah.
Yep. And he's young. He's 26. Tevin Jenkins is a really good player, although he's hurt quite a bit. Mekhi Becton's a guy that everyone loves because of his size. He had pretty good success in zone blocking last year, but it's still a little hard to imagine 370 pounds, beating guys off the ball and getting to the outside shoulder. So, but he's obviously really talented. So there's some interesting names for sure. And then just in the draft, guys, it's amazing. We haven't even talked about center Jared Wilson from Georgia had an unbelievable day yesterday. He ends up running 4.8, 4.40 at over 300 pounds and was the third-ranked zone blocking center in football last year. He had an outstanding day.
Was this your first time covering it in this capacity over the length of the whole thing?
It was. I didn't really know what to expect. I thought I might be bored, but 100+ interviews later, it's like an NFL convention there. Have you guys ever gone?
I have not, other than when I was in it myself, no, but I've watched a lot of it. And it just struck me yesterday as well, and Hawkblogger here with us, just how unique. I think all the old linemen in one group all got together, prayed before Daniel Jeremiah tweeted that out. I always find it so compelling how different personalities show up by position. Like you watch him work out and train, and you just can that's the beauty of this game. They're just so unique by position group. And I don't remember, maybe I'm prisoner of the moment, but I just don't remember an O-line group that is quite like this one for a league that is going to really, really need them this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think part of what you're talking to there, Brock, as well is it's not just, obviously you want them to be talented and athletic and all those things, but who are they? Like, if you look at the Seahawks offensive line room, there's some real talent in there. Charles Cross is extremely talented. Abe Lucas is very talented. You've got some guys with high-end talent. A lot of them are pretty soft-spoken or quiet. I don't know who's going to be the real, voice in that room sometimes.
Yep.
And I look at Donovan Jackson, at Ohio State. This guy would come in and be a leader day one. You look at Armand Membu. He would be same kind of guy. Will Campbell, oh, my gosh. Talk about the makeup on this guy. He's so competitive. I think Tate Ratledge is an amazing personality. Jared Wilson, I don't know if you heard, he's his teammate, talked about wanting to smell his mullet. So that was an adventure. But yeah, these guys are great guys to add to the room, not just great players.
What about for those of us that still, as much as they want offensive line help, what about those of us who still want to make sure that the defensive line gets better? What did you see for the big people on the other side of the ball?
Yeah, Kenneth Grant's the name that obviously Daniel Jeremiah had linked and a couple people have been talked about. He did not have the best workouts. He especially disappointed on the bench, I think, and so he didn't have quite the blowout that I think most people expected. Shamar Stewart was the guy that just had an outstanding workout, and he put up numbers at his size that are essentially equivalent to Myles Garrett. Now, I don't think he's Myles Garrett. I don't think anybody thinks he's Myles Garrett, but just to give you an idea of the kind of athlete you're talking about at that spot. When I talked to you guys at the Senior Bowl, that was the guy I said he just he moved differently than everybody else. So he's certainly an option. But if you want to talk about the guy that jumped out, that had the best combine probably of anybody, it's the safety from South Carolina, Nick Emmanwori. And this guy, I talked to him was coached by Cam Chancellor's former coach. He compared the two, 220 pounds, 225 pounds, running a 4.3, 840. Just unreal athlete. And I think, I don't think it's unrealistic that he could be, if you're looking for the blue chip, the best player available, if he falls to you at 18, they might have to go that direction, which is not the trenches.
So let's kind of build beyond just what you saw out on the field and maybe a little bit more into what you heard. As you talked to other members of the media, other people that you just were chatting with there, what were the conversations about the Seahawks like?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the big conversations, and I think the clarity from at least from John Schneider and Mike McDonald, and then I'll talk about some of the other folks as well, but was they know that they can't, just because the offensive line is their clear need, they cannot just focus on offensive line at pick 18 in the first round. They're going to have to focus on getting the best player available, and I think that opens up a lot of possible options. I think that also really puts a focus on free agency. If you follow John Schneider's moves for the last, forever, really, since he's been here, he will try to do in free agency as much as possible so he can enter the draft without having a glaring need, so they can really just let the board speak to them. I think that's going to be the case here. I think the other thing that's going to be the case is I think the Seahawks really do want to draft a quarterback. And the things that I'm hearing are, one, I mean, they met with Jackson Dart, so I know that meeting happened. And I think that they did not meet with Quinn Ewers, at least officially, but there's some conversation that they're interested or they think that he's worth looking at. I think the other name at quarterback, just to keep an eye on, that I think I've mentioned to you guys before, is Tyler Shuck. He's a little bit older, but outside of that, he had the best combine of the quarterbacks and looks, I think, the most pro-ready of the quarterbacks that worked out. On the other side, Shedeur Sanders, I'm not sure he's going to be a first-round pick at the end of the day. I think there's some teams that have real questions about him.
Excuse me?
Was that Ron Rivera who did that? I think it was.
It was.
Rewind that back. What did you just say?
The conversations around Shedeur Sanders are not good. I think a lot of folks have real question about his makeup, about his tape, and when you look at him compared to the other quarterbacks in this class that are after Cam Ward, I think everyone sees it as Cam Ward alone in his own class, and then a big gap, and then I think Shedeur Sanders is in the scrum with the other guys, with Jackson Dart, with maybe even Tyler Shuck, with some of these other players. So I think there's a chance. The multiple people I talk to definitely think he's going to be in the 20s if he's drafted in the first round, and a few people think that he might not make it to the first round at all.
Wow.
What's going on with DK Metcalf?
I don't think anything's gone on with DK Metcalf. Look, I think you guys, we've talked about it. Mike, you've talked about it for a while. I've talked about it all the way back when Russell
I'm sorry,
Wilson.
Mike has?
I've been on it for a little while.
I know,
you think
right?
he's been talking about it a while?
I think it makes sense that you would talk about it. I don't think if you listen to the Seahawks and you can interpret properly, the big conversation for how they hire their offensive coordinator was evaluating how that person was going to use DK Metcalf and accentuate DK Metcalf. Mike McDonald talks about him as the centerpiece of the offense. He talks differently about DK Metcalf than almost any other player on that roster outside of maybe Devin Witherspoon. And so, yes, as I talked to you guys the last time, there are not many good wide receivers in free agency. I don't think there's very many good wide receivers in the draft. And there's a lot of young quarterbacks that need targets. So, of course, teams are going to call about DK Metcalf. But I don't think the Seahawks have any intention of moving him. I think he's going to get extended. I think he's going to be here. And so I don't think there's much news on that front.
So would you do DK for a pick in the 20s and a downgraded wide receiver who could still start for you?
Oh, would I? I think DK Metcalf for me is someone I'd rather be looking at, a 1 and then a little bit like a 3 or a 4, like an A.J. Brown style trade. And I think that is a fair thing to ask for in this particular draft because of what I just mentioned. I just don't think I just don't think the Seahawks are going to do it. So, yeah, I personally, yes, I would entertain that, and I think that the Seahawks might be best set up by doing it. But I don't think the Seahawks are going to look at that too.
Well, here's what I think is going to happen today, tomorrow, this week, like a sense of urgency with the new league year right around the corner. I think Roy Robertson-Harris is going to get released, and Jenkins is going to get released, and eventually Tyler at some point this week is going to get released, and there's going to be a lot more cap space available. Do you expect, and this is where I don't know, I'm confident in that, I don't know, but I'm hoping a Geno deal gets done this week, so then the rest of the dominoes can fall. What was the momentum and the feeling about an extension with Geno over the course of the weekend?
Yeah, I mean, this is the one of the biggest learnings for me about the Combine is the actual workouts are like the least of the focus there. It is about front office people meeting with other front office people and meeting with agents. And John Schneider had his meeting with Geno Smith's agent last week to find out for really the first time, quote, the first time, what Geno's agents and representation believe his market should be and what his price should be. And the expectation should be that this is the week, ahead of free agency, that kind of deal gets done. It was, I think, March 6th was when he signed his free agent deal last time, ahead of when the league year opened. I think you should expect it to happen this week. I think John Schneider, Mike McDonald, everybody has indicated that they want that to happen. And so it's just a matter of what that number is. And I think that it's a huge, huge piece of the puzzle for the Seahawks in terms of creating the cap space they need to actually go out and get a guy like Drew Dalman. So I think it happens. And, yeah, I think, like you said, I think a lot of these other guys are going to be off the team or off the roster as well.
What is the number at which you would say, sorry, we're just not doing that?
It's less for me about the number. It's more for me about the length of time and guarantees. So I think anything that allows you to get, have Geno for the next 2 years and then, be able to move on, I think is a fine deal to have. So whether, people are going to, maybe jump out at $40 million or 45 and like they're going to say Geno Smith isn't worth that. I think, first of all, he is worth that relative to the quarterback market. Second of all, like you're still building your roster. So as long as you're in a situation where you can get out of this contract in a couple of years, I don't think there's a number that really hamstrings you because you're going to be able to prorate the signing bonus and move a lot of the cap space out into future years or the cap hit into future years. So that's the way I'd look at it.
100 interviews? Did I hear you say that earlier? 100 interviews?
Yeah, over 100. I got them all posted on our YouTube channel and up at patreon.com/Hawkblogger. So met with so many guys. Got a chance
like
to
one-on-one interviews? Like, was that in a scrum or 100 like one-on-one?
It's a mix. Most of them are scrum interviews, but yes, a lot of great conversations.
Wow. I thought TJ and Lau were busy down there last week in spring training, Salk.
No.
That's a lot.
They're mostly just sitting on their butt. I didn't see them doing all that much. I certainly didn't do 100 interviews. Jeez. I'm just kidding. While you were interviewing and chatting with all those people, what was the talk in the Combine in general in Indy about Myles Garrett? Where do you think that story ends up going?
It's a really great question, but in the sense that it should have been a conversation point, but there wasn't a lot of discussion about it. Like, I think the assumption is that, he clearly wants to be moved. Now, whether the Browns can find a deal that they're willing to do is another story entirely. So I did talk to someone from Cleveland about that, in particular, a reporter that covers the team, and they're expecting the move to happen, but they'd expect it to happen a lot closer to the draft, and maybe even happen after the draft. But, there wasn't a lot of buzz relative to Myles Garrett, and I think that teams are probably waiting to see what happens in free agency to decide whether or not they're going to put together a really large package for what is maybe the best defensive player in the league.
Yeah, I'm going to keep watching that one. Again, I don't know whether he ends up here, and that may just be an impossibility, but you end up with, the part of my reasoning on the DK Metcalf thing is what does it look like if you trade DK and you get back a second number one, and that gives you a lot of flexibility to do what you want to do. You can use both of those picks on, one offense, one defensive lineman. You can trade one of those picks. You can try to trade into next year's draft a whole lot more easily if you're looking to get a quarterback next year. And if you want to use some of that capital to go get someone like Myles Garrett and still have something left to help your offensive line, gives you the opportunity to do so. So I'm watching that one. I'm watching DK, and we'll see where this all goes over the next few days. As you said, all of your various 100 interviews and everything else that you did at the Combine, all available. Give us the details again one more time.
YouTube.com @Hawkblogger.
There you go. Best place to go. Thanks, buddy. We appreciate it. Great work, and we'll talk again.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
All right. There you go. Brian Nemhauser joining us, the aforementioned Hawkblogger.
That place is pretty cool. I know that you've talked about the winter meetings in the past, Salk, and certainly, an era ago when you were in that life as a reporter and everything, how much you love that and just being around that. And the Combine truly is the Senior Bowl. Now, it loses Jim Nagy. He goes to Oklahoma, as we talked about last week, and we'll see who kind of takes his spot. And that's kind of the appetizer, but the entree for an NFL person and people around the league and the conversations and the work. That's just the engine that just kind of drives the whole thing. And, oh, by the way, starting next Monday, March 10th, is the legal tampering period.
The legal tampering period.
Yeah, it's right here. Yeah, it's
what'd you make of the Shador comment? You think that's possible? He slips out of the first round, or is this just
I'm gonna multitask during the break here. Okay. I'm gonna text a few people on that. I think I did hear, honestly, some of those rumblings that it was not great, and I don't know. There's kind of a lot there. I think with Jackson Dart, there's kind of a lot. Like when I look at Jackson Dart, there's kind of a lot there as well.
You have to process all of it.
But Jackson's a lot more powerful and dynamic and a much stronger arm. And, I think, I was around Shador 3 or 4 times this year. I think he's tough as nails. But you get around him and you're like, not a big guy. 6'1", not a great athlete.
That is the weirdest part.
Yeah.
If you've never watched him play and all you know is that he's Deion's kid.
You'd think he'd run 4.4 and jump 38.
How is he not a great athlete? But he's not. He's not. And he doesn't have an A+ arm. Nope. He's pretty accurate, right? He's tough.
Yes.
He's smart. He's got some things that I think really work in the right system.
Correct.
I don't know. He may not be a top 5 kind of pick candidate in a normal year. I still think that those are skills that play in the NFL.
They do. The biggest challenge, too, is when you watch the tape, and yes, his O-line was bad, but you know whose else's O-line was bad? Louisville's O-line with Tyler Shuck. And, through the years, bad O-lines. And you don't get sacked 65 times.
It's a lot of sacks.
Stop holding the ball. Get rid of the ball.
That's a lot of sacks.
It's 130 sacks the last 2 years.
That's a processing issue that you got to figure out. All right, coming up, Brock, one other major decision got made this past week, and it should affect the Seahawks quite a bit. That's coming up next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
There's a Twitter account, I guess, called Mile High Moments, and they found the video of Dave Wyman scoring a touchdown.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
Who needs Elway when you've got Maddox to Wyman?
My pregnant wife at the time, she missed the play because she was going to the bathroom. And I guess my mom went nuts, and my brother was embarrassed.
Is that the one you said you went crazy in the end zone, and you're like,
yeah,
I didn't act like I've been there before or something?
They were like, yeah, act like you've been there, but I haven't.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save over $1,000 in your first year versus other major carriers. Plus, ask how to get iPhone 16e on us. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment tax and fees extra. After promo, regular rate supply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual savings vary.
Our friends at Mazda of Everett always offer you their lowest price. Shop over 800 new Mazdas online at MazdaofEverett.com. Click on Get the Mazda of Everett price for their best deal. Shop MazdaofEverett.com or stop in and meet our friends at Mazda of Everett, located in Everett at 11409 Highway 99. If you're shopping for a new car, make sure our friends at Mazda of Everett are on your list.
If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law, where we help all types of injury victims like Cynthia, who was T-boned by a truck.
The airbag shattered bones in my hand. I called Warrior Injury Law and was very happy with the outcome. Rob has integrity. He cares about people. He cares about his clients. I knew that I could trust Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And with you on our side, we are going to end animal cruelty around the globe. Humane World for Animals, the end of animal cruelty.
Lowe's knows that your business is built on speed and trust. That's why the Lowe's Pro Desk is here to get you what you need the moment you need it. We'll help you plan your project, calculate your materials, and pivot when your job takes an unexpected turn. And with our pro-only checkout and dedicated pro parking, you have what you need to tackle your job and be back on the job in no time. Just visit us at the Pro Desk. Lowe's knows pros. We help. You save.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now boarding Group A. Please have your boarding passes ready to scan. If your phone is cracked, old, or was chewed up by your Chihuahua travel companion, please refrain from holding up the line. We ask that you kindly not be that guy, and instead simply go to Verizon and trade in any phone from their top brands in any condition on any unlimited plan for the new Samsung Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI. With new line on my plan. Additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Saul.
All right, final hour of our morning with you guys here on Brock and Salk. Hard to be back, not going to lie. I really do miss being in Arizona. It was great just being around baseball for the week and just feeling it, experiencing it, all of that.
You know what was weird about it, looking back? I called Benetti this weekend. I think on Saturday I chatted with him. I said, you know what I don't think I'd be good at? Being a baseball guy.
Yeah.
Because it just sucks you in. How do you get anything else done in life? Right? Because it's so like everyday consuming and games. And you can see where it truly is like all consuming. Like you get in that bubble And, we joked around about these baseball writers of America and some of them being some of the most pompous people we know.
Yeah.
But I can kind of now, after like living that week, like I kind of get it. You could just totally get absorbed into that bubble of it and not know anything else in life and think that you know everything about baseball because it just sucks you in that way.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it is an all-encompassing kind of sport. It takes all day. It's, it's every day, all day, every day. I think all of that makes sense.
I'd be a bad husband and bad dad if I had to do that.
Yeah, I think that's I don't think that's abnormal in that world. No. Did you learn anything about Shador there in the break? Did you multitask?
I did.
Yeah, what'd you get?
That wasn't crazy talk from Hawkblogger. That wasn't Captain Crazy. So the two New York teams will be obviously the most intriguing for his brand, for kind of his mantra.
If you're the Giants, right? So this leads us back into this conversation about Geno and specifically what happened on Friday with Matt Stafford. So Stafford signs his deal or doesn't sign a deal, agrees to a deal on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
They're still working out the details of the deal. So I don't understand why they're announcing all that. If you're working out the details, then you haven't signed your deal. But whatever. Mm-hmm. They're going to come up with a deal, and all of the posturing over the previous couple weeks turned out to be just that.
And the speculation, by the way, again, speaking of numbers, as these things start to matter a little bit, was that the Giants were willing to offer him like 2 years and $100 million.
Well, I was going to get to that. Like the Stafford part of it, the posturing came first.
Mm-hmm.
It's always hard to tell when teams and players and agents are posturing and when it's real. For whatever reason, this one always felt like posturing to me. I never felt like Matt Stafford was going to leave. It looks like now going to be the case.
Too good a fit for both sides.
That's right. But along the way, they gave him the opportunity to talk to others, and he talks to the Giants, and the Giants apparently were willing to give him somewhere between 90 and 100 million for 2 years, so 45 to 50 a year. We could get to what that means for the Giants because apparently once that didn't happen, they're now looking at names like Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson, which to me seems like an even worse move than doing nothing. Like I would rather have Shador for a couple of years, see what happens, than go down either of those roads. Those are losing propositions. But what does it mean for Geno if he signs for 45, 50 million for 2 years, a year for 2 years?
Mm-hmm. I mean, is that a fair market? If that's what the market was for Stafford, right? It was 2 years and let's call it 90 million. Again, I'll come back to like my 42 and a half that I just feel 42 and a half.
Let's split the difference. Let's say it's 2 years, 95 million. So we split the difference on what they're talking about there. So it's, 47 and a half for Stafford.
Yeah.
Is Geno worth $5 million?
You guys know, McVay talked this morning. We still don't know the exact numbers, but apparently they did these financial terms under his existing extension that he got that runs through 2026. So they're expecting to have this conversation again next year.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Fun. Lucky them. That sounds like a blast.
So it's just kind of a year to year to year kind of deal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which as a player is not always the worst thing, especially for Matthew, that's made nearly $500 million in the NFL. Like way more than Manning, I think even Brady made, like $500 million. That he's going about it just kind of year to year. And here's my 45 or 50 or whatever. So, yeah, I mean, I just kind of these numbers keep coming back to me as you just heard from Hawkblogger, as you heard from Kurt Warner, as you hear from just about anybody we bring on. Geno's a really good starting quarterback in this league. And the market for that, is $40 million. That's what it is. Maybe a little north of that, maybe a little south of that, but that's just kind of what it is. And I think we will land on that. And I do believe that this is the big domino this week. So just to kind of lay out the timing of this, man, these things come in a hurry with the Super Bowl like mid-February and the Senior Bowl right after, and then the Combine. We're here. Once you get to March, you get to the new league year. So starting next Monday, March 10th, is the legal tampering period. This is the week where you're going to see a bunch of moves made. You're going to see them move guys like Robertson Harris, like Jenkins, very possibly Jones, more than likely Lockett. Like all of these numbers are going to start to be shed. So then you can get the ball rolling. And Geno deal needs to get done to set the rest of the dominoes for everybody else.
What did you make of it? We kind of got lost because honestly, Brian said a lot of different things there, right? And whether it was Shador or kind of some of the moves he would want them to make, DK conversation, Geno, and we're going to come back to the DK stuff here in a few minutes. And I'm going to open up the phone lines at 9:30.
What?
Yeah, that's right. We didn't get to do it on Friday, so I thought it'd be nice to kind of hear from the people a little bit at 9:30, and maybe we'll dig into some of that conversation
It's a risk
there.
on a Monday morning.
Yeah, that's all right. I
like it.
Yeah, I'm living dangerously today. What'd you make of his belief that the Atlanta center is like their top, going to be their
Drew Doman.
top target of free agency, and that they're going to throw some money at him?
Would not mind that one bit, man.
Tell me about him.
Very athletic guy. The next level number stuff off the charts, especially when it comes to run blocking ability and getting to the second level. Got a little banged up this year. And therefore, I think one of the backups down there got to play. And remember, that is a really, really good offensive line down in Atlanta. Our Husky buddies,
Real
right
good.
tackle, huh?
Real good.
Oh, like elite, like one of the best, fewest holes whatsoever. And he was kind of the mouthpiece in the center of it. And if you want to hit the ground running, and I think that's a pretty good point that Hawkblogger made. Like, look at, the investment that they are making, and we joke about it, and we've had some fun with it. Like, O-line coach, assistant O-line coach, a run game coordinator, run game visionary, run game analyst. Like, you've hired all these people. Wouldn't it be very beneficial to actually get somebody then who's played in it, who knows it, who can then be the mouthpiece actually at the line of scrimmage and in the huddle and kind of help set the table for all the rest of the guys to run the show? And I think there's a lot of merit to that. And, last year, Creed Humphrey got 4 years, 72. Kind of set the bar there at the center, position. The kid out of Kansas City could have been a Seahawk, by the way. Could have drafted him in the second round a few years ago. So that's kind of the number. I mean, it's 4 years, $72 million to actually get a mouthpiece and a bona fide, legitimate center that can set the table for the rest of the
What's
pieces.
interesting there is when you start kind of walking through it and saying, all right, if you do that, and then one of these other guys falls to you at 18, whether it's Membu or the kid from LSU or the kid from Ohio State, whatever. How different is your offensive line group? How does it look when you show up for camp here in a couple of months
It's just
and at
night
the
and
end
day.
of July?
It's night and day. It's what Daniel Jeremiah said. You can flip that room.
It
if
means,
you have the
if
tackles.
that's the case, it means you're set at left tackle, right tackle, center, and one of your guard spots.
That's right.
Right? It means that at that point, you've got legitimacy in the middle and on the two sides. And then one of your guards is a first-round pick that you truly believe in, and the other one is, a bit of a question
Bradford,
mark.
a Laumea.
Okay, but that's
Ulatini.
fine. I mean,
Yes.
that's not abnormal for an offensive line to have one spot that's a hole.
Correct. So, yeah, I mean, that starts to sound and feel a whole lot better.
Mm-hmm.
That starts to be like, okay, yeah, you actually can turn this thing. A lot of teams are looking for tackles. Hard to find tackles. I think you have two pretty legitimate dudes. And, going to be kind of in contract years and everything else. And we'll see if Cross gets an extension done. But all of this falls on the heels, first and foremost, of something that we hope to hear. I hope to hear it today, tomorrow, Wednesday, the gas station, somewhere. Get this text and get our text chain rolling. Like, yep, Geno got done. Because once Geno gets done, then you can start to do the rest of
Did you say a run game cartoonist? Was that something you said?
No, analyst.
Oh, an analyst. Oh, because somebody here says, I asked ChatGPT what a run game cartoonist was. It showed me Goofy in a football outfit. So
nice.
maybe that's a
run game visionary,
maybe
run
they
game
need
analyst, run game coordinator, run game cartoonist. I mean, it kind of rolls off of there. Sure.
You never know what you want to stick into your run game to make it work. All right. Well, we will open up the phone lines at 9:30, and we'll talk through some of these DK rumors and what they mean and how you would feel about the Seahawks pulling the trigger on something. We'll do it after everything you need to know next. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports is in Arizona for spring training baseball.
Our goal really is to come out of spring training and to play that consistent brand of baseball from beginning to end.
Go behind the scenes with Wyman and Bob as the Seattle Mariners get ready for the 2025 season. All this week from 2 to 7.
What a masterful performance by the big right-hander Logan Gilbert.
And hear every pitch of spring training baseball on Seattle Sports, streaming on the Seattle Sports app.
Holy smokes.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and I know y'all love hearing about all my sports injuries through the years, about as much as you love hearing about somebody's workout return and resume and all that fun stuff. But you know what? You don't have to be a pro athlete to talk about injuries. I know many of you waking up this morning have painful joints, your shoulder, your back, your hip, your knee from arthritis, and it can affect you and make it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that is where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine over there in Kirkland, well, that is where he is your great teammate. He has seen so many patients through the years suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis. So don't let pain stop you from your quality of life. Consider Dr. Nelson the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques right here in our market. Yeah, and he's got a lot of tools too, including stem cell therapy, a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells and platelet-rich plasma to harness your body's healing potential. So don't live in pain anymore. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD. Call him this morning at 425-823-4000, 425-823-4000, or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, because this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
The smart way to improve home comfort is a new heat pump. New heat pumps from Home Comfort Alliance provide efficient heating and cooling in one unit. Upgrade today and enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off through March. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
I started Davis Law Group in 1994 to fight for the underdog. And as our team has grown, we've stayed true to that mission. Today, Davis Law Group is known for providing excellent service and even better results. Visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com to get your free book on car accident law.
Seattle Sports is in Arizona for spring training baseball. Go behind the scenes with Wyman and Bob all this week from 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people. And we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck, and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees, because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Shane Company engagement rings are expertly crafted to fit both your style and your lifestyle.
My wife's an artist and works with her hands. Shane Company helped me create a ring that's beautiful and sleek. She loves it.
Shane Company rings are crafted with care using high-quality materials, and we set each center stone by hand in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store. We also protect your ring, including the center stone, with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Let us help you find your perfect ring, in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, which pitcher do you want to focus on, Brock? Because all three of them who pitched this weekend, or at least started, were pretty good. Brian Wu, excellent on Friday night. Logan Gilbert was ridiculous yesterday. And in between, Emerson Hancock. I know he's the smallest name of the three, but him adding a sweeper and maybe kind of taking a big step forward could be huge for this team, because I'm sure, I would be willing to bet that he makes at least 10 starts this year. I put the over-under at 15 earlier. I don't know if I could take the over on 15, but I think I'd take the over-under on 10. And here is Dan Wilson talking about that new pitch.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you throw in that two-seamer and the sweeper, that's a good combination. And you hope that the two-seamer speeds him up inside, and then the sweeper gets him to roll over, away from you. And I think with left-handers too, because the wraps it down and in, and get him to swing over the top of it. So he continues to work on it.
A little windy that night?
Must be, yeah.
It was windy on Saturday afternoon.
Did I see 90? Did I see Emerson touch 96?
Yeah. Which is kind of where he should be, by the way. I mean, he used to be up in that range.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
The difference between sitting 93 and sitting 96 is kind of like the difference between a 4.6 and a 4.48. Like it's makes an impact and a difference.
Significant. It's also nice to get a little bit of offense over the weekend. Not a ton, but some of the kids were doing their thing. You want to hear what Laz Montez did, Brock? I think you'll like this.
The next pitch to Montez, swing and a drive deep into the gap in right center field. Where is this going to land? Onto the berm. Goodbye, baseball. Montez, fist in the air as he rounds second. Holy smokes, what a shot from the kid from Cuba. And it's now the White Sox 18 and the Mariners 6.
I will say, of all the people I saw down there, Laz Montez maybe changed my perception of him more than anybody else.
Just some of the movement and the ability and the arm in right field. He was not nearly as clumsy.
No.
The presence around us, the joy that he had, some of that Julio-esque, like childlike charisma that you felt from Julio when he was at that same age and stage of 19 years old. He's
I think I expected him to be more bad body wide.
Yes.
And he's much more just tall and lanky.
I would agree.
And when you combine that with the presence, the significant power that he's got, and from what we saw, the right field play was at the very least adequate. There was nothing wrong. We saw a couple of plus plays that he made in the outfield. He was definitely eye-opening. Lyle, you look like you want to jump in on that. What is it?
No, I love talking about Laz Montez because he's got a really, really infectious personality paired with, his defense looked pretty good.
I thought it looked pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was pretty impressed with Laz. That was one of the big things that jumped out to us while we were there.
By the way, that home run he hit on Sunday, that was not an easy pitch to take out of the park. It was like low and away, and he golfed it.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Well, remember, it's covering that high and outside. That high, he's got to cover that upper fastball.
Yeah,
That's
we'll work on that.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
The combine is done. No high outside fastballs. Just guys running really fast, jumping really high, jumping really far,
Let me hear
lifting
Membo.
a lot of weight.
Let me hear old Membo.
I think you'll like this.
332 pounds.
Here he is
grunting his way.
running. He's like Mora.
That's a good start. That is athletic.
Look at him go.
4.91. You let out a primal scream when you do freaky stuff. That's what he did right there. That was fantastic.
It's kind of what Mora sounded like at our barbecue the other night.
Yeah, stop. Wow. Okay, she's done with us. The haze in the
just
barn.
randomly screaming.
Yeah, no, she was not.
Shut up.
And it
I was
wasn't any
talking loudly.
primal scream like that either.
Did I get that lemon in 4.91 seconds?
Lyle, get the lemon!
Was it a lemon? Was it a Meyer lemon? Was it a Lamander? And we still don't know. I wanted an answer.
Yeah, we don't know.
All I know is there was some dudes on display this weekend. And Mbemba is at 332 pounds, running 4.9 and jumping what he did. Like, Tristan Wirfs and Trent Williams. That's it. As far as guys of that size, now they were also tremendous players. He was a really good player in college too.
Mm-hmm.
So he talked about guys helping themselves and paying off the tape. How do you move that well? How are you that fluid? How do you separate as a receiver? Well, yeah, you run 4.3. Yeah, you jump 41 inches. You do things that the rest of the guys can't do, and there was some serious cream rising to the top over the weekend.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken, much better outing when they got home on Saturday as they end up beating Vancouver.
Did I see Shane Wright with a couple assists?
Shane Wright's been playing much better hockey, Brock, over the last couple of weeks.
I hope that light bulb starts to really get
much better hockey over the last few weeks, that's for sure. A couple of goals for Eeli Tolvanen. I think he is... Both Tolvanen and Bjorkstrand strike me as players that would help a contender more than they would help the Kraken right now. So two guys that I'd be
Trade
watching.
deadline soon?
Couple weeks.
Still
yeah,
a couple
I think
weeks?
like 2 weeks, something like that.
All right.
But they're both guys that I'm going to be watching to see if they're still here. Philip Grubauer recalled, and they'll host Minnesota tomorrow. And we talked through it earlier, but Rob Manfred apparently considering making Pete Rose eligible for Hall of Fame voters after his family requested it, and then the president made comments urging the league to do so as well. That is everything you need to know. All right, I wanted to take a moment or two at the end here, Brock, to set up these calls.
Okay.
And we're going to open up the phones, 866-979-3776.
Are we going to play Fela Kuti to come back? Or?
No, it's not a Friday.
All
No,
right.
I don't think we need to do that. No, I don't. It's just, these are not open phone lines about anything. These are a little bit more of a focused phone calls.
Okay.
And I got a text here because we were just talking through what you could do with, bringing in a center in free agency and drafting a guard, and says, why leave a hole at the other guard when you could draft two guards with your first two picks? And I think the answer to that is you could do that. Also, those aren't your only holes. You need to get better on the defense and then the edge and at corner. And it's just not as simple as just fix the guard play and everything is fine. So it's one of the reasons the DK Metcalf conversation keeps coming up for me. And I know we got a text earlier saying, great, more DK bashing from Salk. And I promise there won't be any of that. I think the world of DK Metcalf. And if the Seahawks wanted to run a pass-heavy offense, I'd pay the guy. But I don't think you need to go to a third contract with a wide receiver when that's not the direction you say you want your team to go. So over the weekend, there was quite a bit of DK rumoring. Corbin Smith was reporting that he heard all sorts of things down in Indy. One of those was that the Green Bay Packers were very interested and maybe even would offer their number 23 pick in addition to a lower tier wide receiver who could come in and play for you. You making that deal? You making a deal for the number 23 pick and a wide receiver that's a downgrade from DK, but is still like an NFL player? You want to talk to the Raiders, the Patriots, the Chiefs, anybody else that might have interest? If so, kind of like to know how you guys are feeling about this today. Free agency starts, what, Brock, Monday?
Yeah, the legal tampering period is 7 days away.
Geno likely going to be signed by then. So as that gets done, are you willing to move DK Metcalf for a late first-round pick and a wide receiver to take his spot? 866-979-3776 is the phone number. Just talking Seahawks here in general. So if there are other ways you kind of want to take this, I think that's fine. But specifically on DK, how do you react to hearing some of those rumors? Is that something you want? Because you heard Hawkblogger Brian say, hey, look, I'm sure they're getting offers. I'm sure people are calling. He doesn't think that the Seahawks are willing to say yes. I think that's a mistake. I think they do have an opportunity to turn this into the type of team that they say they want to be. And if you want to do multiple moves on your offensive line, you want to do multiple moves to make your defense better, yeah, I think trading DK Metcalf gives you the opportunity to do that. And I'll lay out a little bit more of how I think it could work. But want your thoughts. 866-979-3776. We'll get to your calls. We'll talk through it together next. Brock and Salk, Sales Sports on 710, salesports.com.
Fourth down territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What part of football has changed, and do you like it?
2-point conversions. Like, we are chasing points. The game has changed. 2-point conversions and fourth downs. So we're seeing coaches dive into the data like a lot of people do with baseball. And I like it, and it is weird at the same time because I'm not used to seeing these fourth down conversions or attempts and these 2-point conversions.
Fourth down territory. Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
All right, we all know that when you get a chance to see pro athletes up close and personal, you realize that they are physically just different from everybody else, especially coming off the long off season, right? They got something to prove. But while they're in peak physical condition, it's not that hard for the rest of us to get there as well. No, you don't have the same resources or time to devote to your diet or exercise, but you could be in the best shape of your life, and you could do it in just 45 days. It's all it takes after losing almost a pound a day with the help of Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Worked for me. 10 pounds in the first week, 35 pounds after just 8 weeks. That's right. Felt healthy, eating delicious, fresh meals, no pills, no injections, all food that you buy at the grocery store. Yep, find out if you can do it too. I know you can. A 15-minute call is all it takes. No obligation. Schedule it right now at eastsideweightlossklinic.com. You got nothing to lose except like a ton of weight. Go to eastsideweightlossklinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours. The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
If you're looking for a new Mazda, go see our friends at Mazda of Everett. With over 790 new Mazdas in stock at 11409 Highway 99 in Everett, they have something for every budget and credit type. Save up to $3,970 on new Mazda CX-5s. Come meet the team and see why they've been Washington's largest Mazda dealer since 2015. Exceptional service and always their lowest prices. Visit in-store or online at MazdaofEverett.com today. MSRP for stock number 26315 is $30,585.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, bike shop.
Yeah. It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. The season's next tryout for adults ages 18 to 65 and older is this Saturday, March 8th at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-little leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Oh, man. One of my favorite things that we get on the text messages, Brock, is when people believe they know what everybody thinks. That's my favorite. So this one from the 425 is right up my alley. Salk! You're the only one that wants to trade DK. Move back to Boston. All right, well, that's probably not going to happen at this point. I appreciate it that that's still something that people are hoping is going to go down one day. Maybe try San Diego. Tell me to move to San Diego. At least you get a chance. Tell me to go back down to Phoenix. Maybe. All right, I might do that. The weather here stinks. I might do that.
The Salk and Gambo show.
I'm not going back to Boston. They don't want me. I'm not going. Leave it alone. Could I go to Phoenix? Sure. San Diego? Maybe. Bay Area? Okay. Out of the country? Where do I sign up?
Nah, the Bay Area's out. Too close to Larry.
I could go to the Bay Area. No, I like the Bay Area. My best friend lives down there. I could go to the Bay Area. But I'm not going back to Boston, so leave it alone. And also, I'm not the only one who wants to trade DK. And if you think that, you are living in a myopic world. Also, you probably don't know what myopic is, but that's fine. That's okay. You don't need to. You can look it up. You have Google. You have dictionaries. There's a lot of great options for you. So, 866-979-3776. Brock, you trading DK for number 23 pick and a little bit more?
I will say, when those rumors and that smoke was coming out, and I think they were valid, I don't think Corbin pulls those things out of thin air. That being Corbin Smith, who's covered the Seahawks a long time, new capacity now, kind of a new role for him moving forward in media. And maybe he wants to do more of this. Maybe he wants to try to be more of a newsbreaker. My gut, as I shared this with you a couple hours ago, was I'm not going to diminish these and dismiss these. I think this is some smoke that goes around. I think, as Hawkblogger told us last hour, what blew him away was realizing that as much as what we see optically on television with the combine of the workouts, that is just the tip of the iceberg. The majority of the work is all of the entertaining agents and all the front office people talking and commencing and getting business going. And in some cases, almost getting business done, even though they can't technically do that until next Monday. So not surprised to hear DK's name mentioned. What have I heard from a few different sources around the Seahawks? This isn't crazy talk. This isn't absurd. This isn't like, absolutely, positively, not DK is not for sale, not an option. No, they're going to entertain and listen to everything. Now, can there be a good enough deal? Is that enough value? Is a 23rd pick, a first rounder next month? Is that enough value to leave the hole that you will leave with a DK Metcalf?
To me, I think it is because, again, in this scenario, you're getting back somebody to fill the position. They're not going to fill it as well as DK, but you're at least getting somebody back.
This Dobbs guy would scare me a little bit.
All right, it doesn't have to be Romeo
Number one,
Dobbs.
Multiple concussions. Number two, he stepped away from the team. There's just some, if you're going to do that, because there's been some extra, drama or whatever, you need somebody that's going to buckle up and be available in post. I would not want somebody that's through either injury or other stuff is not a guy that would post.
Yeah.
At a minimum, you've got to have that. Is just a bona fide dude's done it. Guys had some production in the league. That may help soften the blow, but it does feel like, we chatted about this with the Mariners last week after the Hollander interview and why Hollander never pulled the trigger on a Logan Gilbert or a guy of this ilk, and DK's of that ilk. He gets you wins. He gets you production. He is on the other side of that equal sign. Is the 23rd pick enough for that? I don't know
whether it is either, but I guess what I start looking through is how can you change your offense? How can you change the complexion of your team? How can you change what you look like? And so I'm imagining the Seahawks. I'm not going to just say, okay, it is the Green Bay deal for 23, but I'm going to imagine this as a pick in the 20s, okay?
Okay.
And a wide receiver that can play the position. Okay, I'm not saying that you're going to get back, DK's equivalent. You're going to downgrade at wide receiver, but you've got somebody so that you don't immediately need to then turn around and fill the position as like your top need on your team, because that to me is a waste of time.
Okay.
So let's say you do it for 23rd and you don't need a wide receiver. At that point, Brock, I think the options available to you are enormous. You can do a bunch of different things. You've got 18 and 23, right? This is not a draft where you probably are going to use them to trade up. So that's out.
Mm-hmm.
You can draft at one and trade back with the other to try to add more picks.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of value in this draft. As you've said many times, there's a lot of guys that are kind of second rounders.
Yep.
And if you could get 3 of them or 4 of them instead of 2 of them, that would be great. So that's a possibility. If you want to go offensive line, defensive line to try to help both sides of the coin, great.
Which, by the way, when you release Roy Robinson-Harris and you release Dre Jones this week, you're talking about releasing 2 very productive players.
And that doesn't mean that those guys couldn't return for you at a lower number, especially someone like Robertson-Harris. I don't know what the market for him is. Maybe he just comes right back to you, but at a smaller number when it's said and done. I don't know. That's a conversation that we'll see where that goes. We've seen guys like that leave and return quite a few times before, and so I wouldn't rule it out. If you want to draft with 18 and at 23 or 20s, and then you also want to, or maybe you trade back, either way, can you trade a second-round pick this year for a first-round pick next year? That's supposed to be about the value. Is that a possibility? Maybe. Maybe you have to give up more in order to do it, but maybe you can do that if you've traded back. What if you trade back from one of them and then you end up with picks and, a second and a 4th rounder for it, and then you can turn around and trade that 2nd and 4th round or something else for a first-round pick? Those are real viable options, I think. And I love the idea of having 2 picks in next year's draft if and when you decide that's the time to go get a quarterback. Maybe if you're trading back in this year's draft, it gives you the chance to draft someone like Shedeur Sanders if he falls, or Jackson Dart if there's an opportunity, or your guy Shook, or whomever.
Shuck.
Whatever. The point being, there's a lot of, it just gives you so many more options. Yes. And then I'll say it again, and I know there's people who think I'm crazy because they don't believe that the Seahawks are a Super Bowl contender enough to be worthy of getting the best defensive player maybe in the game at Myles Garrett. But he's not signing. He's being traded. And do I think that he would make the Seahawks a contender? Yeah, I absolutely do. So what if you're able to turn that around and end up with Myles Garrett and still get a guard? So yeah, which would you rather have, DK Metcalf or Myles Garrett? I don't even see that as a conversation. That to me is what? No brainer. I'll take Myles Garrett. Better player, better position, better everything. So if you could find a way, and I'm not saying that that's a definite, but I absolutely 100% am willing to make a huge sacrifice and take a huge risk in order to try to make something like any of those scenarios possible, because I think all of those scenarios are better than paying a receiver on his 3rd contract.
Do you think Mike McDonald has the appetite for that going into year 2? As he and John have these conversations?
It's a great question.
Is this the time to take that appetite for that amount of risk? Right? Do we need to do this at this point with this team? Right? I mean, I think those are real conversations. I think you also saw this happen, by the way, down the road in one of those markets you mentioned. Well, you didn't say LA, you said San Diego, and I still think of the Chargers from San Diego. You watched Mike McDonald's mentor do it last year. When Jim Harbaugh came in, he totally changed the complexion of that team. we'll move on from a couple receivers and Mike Williams and these productive players. And now DK better, I think, than both of those guys.
But you get a lot more back for him than you would for those guys as well.
Yes, you do.
And they need a wide receiver now. Like, it's not like that has fixed everything, but he made them legitimate.
But they didn't have a Jackson Smith and Jigba.
No.
Right? So they had to go draft Ladd McConkey in the second round. He became a really productive player for him, and now they need another. So is there a receiver?
By the way, he brought them into the playoffs just by doing that.
Yep.
So, yeah, I just, again, be who you say you want to be. And if the Seahawks wanted to be more of a pass-heavy team and had gone out and gotten a Mike Martz disciple, I would say by all means, sign DK Metcalf to another huge deal. But they're saying they don't want to do that. They're saying the opposite. And they got 12 new guys in to help with the running game. Why not give them more opportunities, including the cartoonists, to get what they want? All right, 866-979-3776. I said we'd hear from you guys. Let's do that. We'll start with Kevin in Shoreline. Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning, guys. Don't go back to Boston. Love the topic. It creates the heat in the conversation. This is why we love you guys.
Oh, thanks.
First and foremost, absolutely. First and foremost, let's keep DK, and I'll give you a comp, Salk. DK Metcalf could be, should be, will be what we want him to be to the Seattle Seahawks, what Randy Johnson could have, should have, would have been to the end. We've seen him, his top shelf. Randy went on to further his career, tons of accolades, right? He was the top 5 in his rotation. I mean, he's one of the best in his graduating class in baseball. We can say that. He's a Hall of Famer. He's won championship, poise. I mean, he hit a bird. He's got these cool things that have happened, but they didn't happen as a Mariner, right? We can say the same about A-Rod and blah, 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 but we like Randy better. Let's not see DK leave, come back, put a move on a DB at Lumen Field, catch that touchdown, and then do his cool little language and talk.
Yeah, appreciate the call. I don't know what's going on with the he just dropped out for a second there. But I get the comp. Randy Johnson, Brock, was 34 when the Seahawks let him go, traded him to Houston. I'm sorry, when the Mariners traded.
Will you get that right?
Stop it.
If you're going to go to San Diego, at least know your football and your baseball
Appreciate that.
teams.
Especially today of all days, Brock. Did you know that today is my 15-year anniversary here? It's been 16 years, but my 15 years of I have 15 years of service time as of today.
Starting today?
Today is my day.
Well, I didn't get 16 years today.
Well, because my days are a little off because of my sabbatical. So my days are a little off. So it's been 16 years since the show started, roughly.
Yes, but you
today,
got 15 years of experience.
Yes, today is my 15th year. Yeah.
In the big leagues, you'd have a card to get you into any game, anywhere, anytime.
And I still keep mixing up the Seahawks and Mariners. It must be
Randy Johnson was that moved on at 30-something. He had a
34.
bad back. He was taking a Toradol shot before every start. By the way, Randy Johnson, Larry Hills runs into at the Costco in Scottsdale. Sees him a bunch. He's like, yeah, he's a really told me.
The next few years, really amazing. He led the league in WAR the next 4 seasons and 5 of the next 6.
That back was okay. That back was going to be
9.1, 8.1, 10.1, 10.7, 1.6. He was hurt, and then 8.4.
Yeah,
that's insane as a pitcher. I mean, he really was freaking.
Is DK going to give somebody that kind of production the next 4 or 5 years?
I mean, he could.
He could.
He could.
He could.
He could absolutely, still be a good, productive player for a few years. You got to give something up. But I don't know whether the comp is fully accurate. I mean, in baseball, you don't say you're going to build your team one. Like, it's just a little different in terms of, like, needing talent like that than it is in football. To me, the issue isn't that you think DK is deteriorating like the Mariners did at the time with Randy. And by the way, 34, like, it didn't work. They were obviously dead wrong, but, like, I don't know. I can understand where they were coming from, at least a little bit. You're talking about just changing your resources. This is not a sport where you can just keep spending and spending. You have a finite amount you can spend, and where and on which position you choose to spend it is relevant. I would just like to see them spend it on a different position.
Okay, go. You got
all right, 866-979-3776.
You open up the phone lines for a reason. Let's go.
I know. Here's Scott in Redmond. Good morning, Scott.
Morning. I'll start off saying congratulations. You know I call in all the time. I've been with your radio show since you've been in the inception. You guys are great.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
So with this going on with DK, sometimes it's in the NFL, Brock will understand, smoke and mirrors. They put out stuff publicly so all the other teams think. But with DK, we all know what's going to happen. It's going to happen for roster bonus day, March. So if something happens with them, they're either going to restructure or they're going to trade them. I think that's the only way we're going to go, but it's going to happen soon. I think they're going to cut some people. We all know. I think the question is, can you go without Lockett and DK, and then you have to rebuild the whole receivers room?
Yes. Yep. To me, the answer is yes, you can. I mean, yes, you need to rebuild it. You would have to do some work there, but yes, you can do that. Because you're already bringing in an offensive coordinator, Brock, who's not looking to use the wide receivers constantly. He needs more at tight end. He needs more on the offensive line. You don't have those things. What is the resource you do have that you could use in order to improve all of these other positions that are apparently important to the style you want to play?
I think that's fair. You know, different systems, as you have talked about, you have to allocate different resources. You don't need 6 receivers in this system. I don't think you need 5 receivers in this system, but you need 4. And there is, unfortunately, just with the timing of this, at Tyler's age and stage and number, that will make it a little more difficult. Because outside of JSN, I don't know who the other 3 would be right now. I mean, Bobo, maybe your 4th. You feel a lot better when he's your 5th and a special teamer.
In this scenario that we've been talking about, you're at least getting back someone else to start opposite JSN. It doesn't mean that person's as good as DK. He's not. But you're at least getting back another capable NFL starter. And as we've talked about, there are guys in free agency, Brock, that are down. And again, major downgrades. But Chris Godwin's a capable NFL starter, right? I mean, if you
but you're not going to bring him. You're going to have to pay him. So you're moving on from DK because you don't want to allocate that number of resources.
Godwin nearly as much money as you'd have to pay DK.
Godwin's going to get paid pretty good money.
He is?
Yes, he's going to get paid north of $20 million. So,
really?
Yes.
Well, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, no. Now, some of the other guys that are a little lower on that tier, and as you said, it bounced around some different places. Yeah, I mean, it's what makes this pretty, all entangled, encumbered conversation. It's not that simple. But he said smoke and mirrors. I would say there is smoke to this. I do think that there is smoke to this. I think you have to, with a star player. Now, that's the other side of it. Salk, you clamored a month ago, like one of the challenges in our market, not enough stars. He said it last week down in Peoria with Julio. He's like this star. You got your wonderful pitchers, but as far as star power and difference makers, you move on from DK. Who's the star on this roster?
Well, part of the reason I'm moving on from him is to try to bring back more stars at more valuable positions. Right? I mean, yes, it's short-term pain for long-term gain. That's the thought process behind it. I honestly don't know whether, the Browns are even going to trade Myles Garrett when it's all said and done. But if you have the opportunity to turn DK Metcalf and some other stuff into Myles Garrett, you take that every time.
Yeah.
Of course you do.
But there's such an unknown in that. That is so many things out of your control.
But again, that's just one of the many ways I think you could spin this forward. You're right. That's the biggest reach. I know that. Please don't hear me as saying, oh, this is just easy. Trade DK Metcalf and then you get back Myles Garrett. I know it's not that easy. But that's the best case scenario. And there's a whole bunch of others along the way that I think are absolutely worthwhile as well. You got to get them right. But I think it's worth trying. 866-979-3776. Try Daryl in Bellevue. Good morning, Daryl.
Hey, good morning. By the way, happy anniversary.
Oh, thank you so much.
Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary.
So listen, two things. Here's the thing. DK is got the weight of a tight end, but runs the fastest. So as he gets older, he's going to still have that speed. But here's the thing. Just think about this. This answers the question. When we play opposing teams, who are they game planning for? Who do they put their best corner on? It's DK.
Yeah.
The second thing, as we're talking about Myles Garrett, he wants to go to a team that's ready to go because he's only got so much left in the tank. I don't think our defense is ready yet. We're still building.
Well, he doesn't get to make that choice, though.
Yeah.
He's not a free agent. It's a trade. I mean,
got a point there.
I appreciate both those points, Daryl, but I'm going to argue with both of them. One, Myles Garrett doesn't get to choose where he's going. The Browns are going to choose where he's going if they want to trade him or not.
That's true.
And as for DK, yes, you're right. Of course, DK's the best player on the team in that regard, yes. How did it work out? How's it worked out? You've had that. You're right. Well, is it winning the Seahawks championships? How are they running the ball? How is their offensive line? Are they closer to being the type of team that Mike McDonald wants them to be?
I think so because it's less resources you have to search for the offensive position. They're going to talk about getting rid of replacing Lockett sometime soon. That's just one less person you have to worry about, and you can attribute that to the defensive side. Although there's salaries involved in this. But,
yeah, that's a pretty big part of it.
Yeah, it totally is. And DK is extremely frustrating because we're passionate, but he comes through in the clutch. But again, when it comes to
What
having
clutch?
that
What clutch? Hold on a second. What clutch?
Okay.
They've played in one playoff game the last 4 years, and they didn't win. What clutch? I don't know what you mean. There is no clutch. That we haven't seen clutch because I don't think the team is constructed the right way.
I think the point is you stay with DK, you stay kind of status quo, and you allocate that. And that's a part of this is just the allocation of resources to DK. It is a lot. And by and large, going into the final year of his deal, I could see him saying, I'm not going to participate till I get a new deal. I can do OTAs. I can do this stuff till, you get me a new deal. That's usually the card, the most at that position play at this kind of age and stage.
And the flip side of it is not only do you get to allocate your resources differently, but then you also get more resources to allocate because of the draft picks you get back. Let's try one more. Mark's in Brennan. Good morning, Mark.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, I think it's pretty simple with DK. If you can sign him to a deal that you can live with money-wise, then go ahead and sign him. If not, you're going to have to trade him. You're trying to build this team on a running game and defense, and I really think that's the future. So I'm on the side of going ahead and trading him. And by the way, I think the Seahawks should look at this kid at Alabama at quarterback. I know you guys don't like him and he's got some problems, but I think he might be a project, and he might fit into the whole running game and having an athletic type quarterback, because that's where the Seahawks need to go, in my opinion.
So you're talking about Jalen Milroe. Appreciate it. And again, the concern is just his ability to throw.
Bro, if they would have put his throws like they did Will Howard's throws.
It was rough, huh?
Titus and I were like watching it. I'm like, let's look at these guys. Let's kind of just watch their form. You take taking a 5-step drop and not getting 4 yards. I'm like, oh, that's a problem.
What did I hear? That could he be Taysom Hill? I saw somebody asking that question. I'm sorry that I'm not attributing it. I don't remember who it was, who wondered whether or not he could be Taysom Hill in the NFL. Because by all accounts, great dude, right? Hard worker, fast as hell, moves. I mean, like, he's got all of the other parts that you would want. He's just not particularly accurate at throwing the ball.
I want to say Taysom's like 250 pounds.
What is this kid?
He's not that big. Sometimes my height weight stuff is a little...
can be off.
Yeah, I guess, no, they said 6'2", 220 for Taysom, but I don't know if that was coming out of school. He feels like he's a lot more of a physical presence. The Milroe is jacked now. Like, he is a well put together dude. So is that outrageous? I don't think it's outrageous, but you don't really know until you put a quarterback, a fullback. You go lead block on that guy. And that's where Taysom is pretty darn unique. Not many wired quite like that.
Jalen Milroe, 225 pounds.
Yeah, oh yeah, he is.
Right? I mean, he's a load, 6'2", 225. That's not that different, certainly, than what Taysom Hill was, at least when he was coming out. So, yeah, I'm intrigued by that, right? How could you not be? I think that's sort of an interesting idea, and, I like the thought process behind that. Anyway, that's it for today.
It's quite a Monday. Quite an anniversary.
Was it?
Yes, quite a little Monday.
I didn't even know it was my anniversary until I got an email.
When did you get that email? During the show?
Right in the middle of the show, like 9 o'clock, 9:15 maybe.
From upstairs, from Marin?
Yeah.
From HR?
Wait till she hears that I'm leaving to go to San Diego. Phoenix.
Send Salk to San Diego.
There's a lot of other funny texts on that.
Are we going to talk to one of the old
16
man?
years is too long. Let somebody else take a shot.
Chat with the old man Muppets this week?
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely. But would you stop calling them that? Because then they get mad, and who
Why?
gets blamed? Me. I get blamed.
Why they get mad?
I don't know, but I get blamed for it. I get blamed for your problems.
Oh, really?
All the time. It's been happening for years. Ridiculous. All right, we're going to run. Bump and Stacy are up next. And yes, the afternoon show is down. Wyman and Bob are down.
Some news could be coming.
Training.
Just keep your ears to it. Some news could be coming. They could be breaking news on
We'll be talking about it tomorrow morning, starting at 6 a.m. And until then, the hay
is in the barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
When a team tells you over and over and over and over, whether it's John Schneider saying, he's our guy, or it's Mike McDonald saying, we like Geno. Don't know why it's such a big discussion. When a team is basically screaming at you, we're going to extend this guy. We really want to keep him. I think at that point, you just need to accept, okay, what's the real conversation we need to have about Geno then? Because it's not going to be whether or not he's here.
He's going to be here.
Yeah.
This is the guy, and I've been trying to prep y'all for this, but for some reason,
People
y'all don't want to listen to me.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
The smart way to improve home comfort is a new heat pump. New heat pumps from Home Comfort Alliance provide efficient heating and cooling in one unit. Upgrade today and enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off through March. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep 149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. 149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Is that a new Samsung Galaxy A15 5G?
Yeah, I got it for free when I joined Cricket Nation.
Sounds pretty great.
At Cricket, anyone can get a new phone when they switch.
Whoa.
With a high-quality camera, meaning more flattering selfies for all. And super fast 5G, so you can post them for all to see. Your friends, your family, your ex. Free phone! Free phone!
Okay, I'll switch.
Welcome to Cricket Nation.
Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month voice plan. First month service charge and tax due at sale. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now boarding Group A. Please have your boarding passes ready to scan. If your phone is cracked, old, or was chewed up by your Chihuahua travel companion, please refrain from holding up the line. We ask that you kindly not be that guy, and instead simply go to Verizon and trade in any phone from their top brands in any condition on any unlimited plan for the new Samsung Galaxy S25 with Galaxy AI. With new line on my plan. Additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Eagles are releasing 6-time Pro Bowl cornerback Darius Slay per ESPN's Adam Schefter. That news reported this morning. The move saves Philly $4.3 million against the cap. Meanwhile, it was another transaction that dominated